Welcome to the JetBrains Plugin Developer Conference 2025. We are really happy to have you here from all around the world during the conference that JetBrains has organized to bring more knowledge about creating plugins for JetBrains IDEs and making our whole ecosystem better. During this conference, we are going to discuss basics of plugin development, but also dive into more advanced setup and share some additional stories around that. So everything related to plugin development. My name is Jakub Chrzanowski. I'm a developer advocate at JetBrains, responsible for platform advocacy. And together with me is my colleague, Patrick Scheibe.
Hi, everyone. Morning.
Welcome. So basically, we are going to run around 6-7-ish long conference with a small break in between. We will run some raffles, so please stay with us because between talks, obviously not during them, we'll ask questions for you. We have around 12 questions, A, B, C, D, so it's easier than last year because this is the second conference we're running like that. And yeah, we will start with keynote talks.
So
Patrick.
before that, right, we do some housekeeping. So hello, everyone. So you will have a chat. And if you have any questions about the talks or the contents of the talks, just type them in chat. We have lots of folks behind the scenes that will take care of them and note them. And we will answer every question after the talk. Additionally, keep it polite in chat. Have fun. Say hi. Say who you are. Say what you're doing. Right. Enjoy the company of each other. We will record the whole event here, and we will share the recording after that. And as mentioned already, we'll have a raffle. We will do them in between the talks, and we'll give away some swag, hoodies and stuff. So I think that's all. I go back to Jakub, and then we start with the first session.
Okay, thank you. Just for the record, here is the link to agenda. Yeah, it's already posted. And we are starting with 3 keynote talks. Please welcome Ivan and Robert, who will do those talks together with us. Patrick, could you introduce our folks?
Yeah, I can introduce her. So you already saw Jakub, who is the team lead in the advocacy. I'm Patrick. I'm also working advocacy. Robert is as well in platform advocacy at JetBrains, and Ivan is, I think, from the marketplace, right?
Yeah.
So, and Jakub, Robert, and Ivan will have the first 3 talks. And I think without further ado, we can jump right in, right, Jakub? You ready?
Yeah. We are ready. Ivan,
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready to go. Hey, welcome again to JetBrains Plugin Developer Conference 2025. Yeah, my name is Ivan, and I've joined JetBrains in 2010 and contributed to different teams, including business application development and Idea Ultimate. I've joined the marketplace team in its early stage in 2016 and took part in major transformations, including launching of paid plugins. That's me in one slide. Now let's jump to what actually matters, the ecosystem. Here's 2025 in numbers. We continue to welcome new plugin authors to the marketplace. We now crossed 10,000 authors who have published at least one plugin. And we had a notable uptick over the past year. This year, we also have seen significant number of new plugins. The marketplace now hosts over 11,000 plugins. That's an incredible amount of work from you. Thank you, folks. Together, those plugins reach more than 3 million unique downloads every month. Talking about the downloads, here are more specific numbers for some plugins that are already making money. Let's take a quick look at them. I bet you're familiar with some of those names. Overall, in 2025, paid plugins have seen total revenue increase of 13% compared to 2024, and 12% increase in the number of licenses sold. Note that we've excluded plugins that became free this year from this comparison to keep it meaningful. I'd like to remind that plugins matter to JetBrains products. Our products are rich out of the box, but plugins cover the long tail, frameworks, languages, themes, and localization, while Marketplace keeps the path from idea to install short. So how did we keep that path short this year? 2025 updates, the changes that went live for authors and users. Staying on the topic of paid plugins, this year we've introduced a couple of long-awaited features for them. Perpetuous license support, a one-time payment for a lifetime access to a plugin. But please note that only one paid license option is still available at the same time, either recurring or perpetual. Many of you decided to introduce a separate, often called lifetime version of your plugin to overcome this restriction. We also introduced an option to cancel continuity discounts. It still continues to apply to licenses purchased before the cancellation date, and it is disabled by default for the new plugins. Earlier, we asked vendors to indicate whether they are trader or non-trader. This year, to stay compliant, we introduced trader verification. It adds a bit of friction for authors, but it gives end users more trust, providing clear verified vendor details, and it keeps the marketplace aligned with regulations. Alongside, we've updated our Digital Services Act processes. If something on a plugin page looks inappropriate or harmful, users can report it directly. We triage reports with a predictable review flow and share outcomes in our transparency summary. We handled 670 reports in 2024 and over 1,000 in 2025. Thanks to our support team for handling the added compliance workload smoothly. We've improved work with the reviews. Sometimes plugins receive low scores because of some problems that have been fixed in later versions. Previously, the only option was to remove such reviews as inappropriate, and many believed that was not the right way to process them because it hid them. You can now mark plugin reviews as resolved if they address issues that have been already fixed in current versions of your plugin. Once marked and approved by Marketplace team, the review stays visible but no longer affects your plugin rating. Also, since the beginning of this year, you also have access to the detailed reviews of your plugin features. Some users share their views about integration with IDE, performance, features, UI, or documentation of your plugin. And you can see this on the Review tab. We care a lot about plugin quality, and we are always looking for the ways to better check plugins. Last year, we received enthusiastic response to plugin testing, performance, UI, and functional testing session at JetBrains Plugin Developer Conference. We introduced extensive documentation about plugin testing strategies. And we also introduced automated check for the uploaded plugins. It results in an IDE run with the plugin installed, and we check that no major issues happen during this run. Another aspect of plugin verifications is the plugin verifier tool that many of you know, and that Robert will talk extensively later. The platform team is actively working on plugin model to improve plugin loading performance and improve dependencies management. Unfortunately, sometimes plugin verifier lags behind those changes, which leads to not so useful verification results. Also, some plugins use specific code that is hard to properly support in plugin verifier, which results in false positives. That's why we introduced option to ignore errors on marketplace side. This makes verification results more reliable and allows us to proceed with them before the corresponding fixes arrive to the plugin verifier. Please bear in mind that we don't ignore problems on requests, but only after thorough investigation. We spent a big part of this year working on introduction of automations and heuristics to shorten response time for approval requests. Plugin authors receive quickly replies when we detect problems with our automated checks, both plugin verifier or the newly introduced IDE integration UI test that I mentioned earlier. All of this helps for authors to get a response faster so that they can fix their plugin and proceed with the upload. Also, it helped us significantly improve average plugin approval time, and now it's less than an hour for a new plugin version update. And some of you not only noticed that, but also shared this with us. All those improvements in verifications and approval processes also allow us to work better with different aspects of verification results. To make platform API stable, we'll continue work to eliminate internal API usages using our newly introduced abilities to work better with the verification results and have less false positives detected for your plugins. Another thing that those changes simplified for us is active work with verification results against upcoming IDE releases, which helps us detect that some problems with the new release would be faced earlier and notify authors, or in cases when the plugin is abandoned and rarely updated, it helps us to limit its until build and not provide it further to the end users so that they don't have problems in their IDE. Useful resources about marketplace changes are our platform, our blog about the platform, and also our documentation at the marketplace. Thank you for your attention, and I give word to Jakub.
Okay, thank you very much, Ivan. The next short talk will be about I hope, well-known IntelliJ platform Gradle plugin. The name is pretty long, but we made it longer with the 2.0 release last year to avoid confusion with the actual Gradle plugin, Gradle support plugin in IDE. Long story short, it didn't work, but the longer name is with us, and but it better reflects the actual state. So today I'm going to talk about changes we have done in 2025, and there were a lot of them. But first, what is IntelliJ platform Gradle plugin? As we explain its definition already. This is a plugin for the Gradle build system, which you use for creating plugins for JetBrains IDEs. Yeah, a lot of plugins names. The current version is 2.10.4, released on November the 2nd, so 3 days ago. Yeah, we are busy with that. And as you can see, we have around 500 commits pushed this year. Mostly about related to performance enhancements, because working with the IntelliJ platform, which is pretty huge, 1 to 2 gigabytes, requires some optimizations and changes to align the changes in the platform itself to make your life easier. That's why we try to improve developer experience here. And something that is coming this month, actually, Unified IntelliJ IDEA 2025.3, which means Unified IntelliJ Platform as well. Right. And during this presentation, we will cover this single IntelliJ IDEA distribution, some dependency helpers that were introduced during the year to make your development faster, more reliable, and so. Custom caching. This is really something I'm excited about. Isolated custom test task class path. This is boring and annoying, but we have to tell you what changed. Don't make you surprised. And problems API to make problems more visible, because everyone has problems. Yeah, IntelliJ IDEA unified distribution. This is probably we were publishing for many years IntelliJ IDEA Ultimate and Community editions. Those were two separated builds, one for free users, limited set of features, and the Ultimate was fully fledged IDE with support for all languages, almost all languages we could support, and frameworks, etc. So that was this one big IDE to rule everything. With the 2025.3 release cycle, we are no longer going to distribute IntelliJ community, so IC code. Therefore, if you want to target this IntelliJ IDEA for plugin development, to make your plugin available to all IDEs that we have, including Android Studio, which is Google's, you're supposed to use a shortened version of the helper, which is IntelliJ IDEA, instead of IntelliJ IDEA Community or IntelliJ IDEA Ultimate. If you are using the product code, do not use IC anymore because it's not there since this version, but IU will remain working because this new distribution also uses the same IEU codename. Same happened already for PyCharm. So starting with 2025.1, PyCharm Community and Professional distributions were merged. And same, PC, so PyCharm community, will no longer be distributed from now on, starting with 2025.3. And PyCharm Professional, PyY, this code will remain the same in the unified distribution. So again, PyCharm Helper instead of PyCharm Community or PyCharm Professional. Okay, but what's the difference for end users? Well, the unified IDE will be available for free with a possibility to pay for more features. So there is still some basic functionalities provided with in this unified IDE. But if you have a paid subscription, paid for yourself or through company license, or academy, university, you will get all the features. And how to distinguish if user is using this or that version? Well, now you build just one plugin, and while depending on the IntelliJ module's ultimate module, this plugin will not be loaded in a free instance. So it is also wise to use optional dependencies, like depends on to enable some features if you are providing some freemium plugin. More about the unified distribution of IntelliJ IDEA and PyCharm, you can read in a blog post I published on Monday. And yeah, here is the QR code and link. So basically, this is probably the first article in the JetBrains platform category on our blog. And that's about unified distributions. Let's dive into more technical details. Compatible plugin resolution. This is one of helpers that were introduced during the year. Dependency helper. What does that mean? Well, in Gradle, you are defining a dependencies block where you put dependencies on external libraries. And within this block, we have also this sub-block, let's say, IntelliJ platform, which contains dependency helpers. So that's the name we use. One of those dependencies helper introduced this year is compatible plugin. And it is similar to plugin, which is used when you set a dependency on a plugin from Marketplace. It's not a bundle plugin, but plugin on Marketplace, JetBrains Marketplace. But when using the plugin helper, you're supposed to use plugin ID and exact version you are requesting. With compatible plugin, it's no longer necessary because under the hood, it is checking which IntelliJ platform you are using for building the project, and it requests Marketplace API to get the latest available plugin matching your build number and IntelliJ platform type, obviously. So this is a great feature to kind of make the process of development a bit easier. However, you're supposed to remember it is requesting the latest available plugin, which is not it's not a fixed version. So on your CI, if someone updates their plugin, you will get the latest version and something may be broken still. So your build will not be fully reproducible in time. But yeah, that's a trade-off. Another dependency helpers that we've introduced are exclude Kotlin stdlib and exclude coroutines. Those helpers are excluding Kotlin stdlib and coroutines. Why we have created that as additional helpers? Well, to avoid situations like you, when building your plugin, are depending on something from Maven Central, for example, that is also that also has a transitive dependency on Kotlin coroutines, for example. But IntelliJ idea, IntelliJ platform in general, so all our IDEs are already providing you with Kotlin coroutines and Kotlin stdlib. Therefore, bringing them with your plugin is first redundant. Second, it is creating a way bigger build that we are publishing to marketplace and people have to download. And we are talking about, well, bigger numbers here, megabytes, not gigabytes for sure, but still. And in context of coroutines, things may simply get broken because when running your plugin in IDE runtime, so as end user, it is requesting some library, but you are providing the same library from in different version, or even the same version, but it's in different class paths. And well, we can end up with some clashes and weird exceptions in the user's console, user's logs. Yeah, that would be three new things that we have introduced in terms of dependency helpers. And here is also something used in dependencies block. And I'm really happy that we managed to introduce this one. It is IntelliJ Platform Artifact Custom Cache. Well, why custom cache? Well, the reason is really simple for that. When you are depending on some dependencies from Maven Central or our IntelliJ Maven repositories, they are cached by Gradle in the Gradle cache. So it's downloaded, put in the .gradle directory in your user's home directory. But in terms of IntelliJ platform artifacts, the thing is a bit more complex because we are not downloading jars from repository, but zip archives, for example, zip, tar.gz, or DMG for macOS. So they are downloaded by Gradle to your local cache. And then we are involving Gradle transformers to extract them to another cache directory, still within Gradle boundaries. Unfortunately, Gradle is running transformers, pretty often. It's not visible when you work with dependencies of regular libraries, which are 1-2 megabytes, but 1-2 gigabytes makes the difference. And Gradle runs this extractor transformer for you if, for example, your build setup is changed. And yeah, this is pretty annoying because Gradle cache can grow pretty fast. Unfortunately, we weren't able to optimize that in any reasonable way. And this is why the use cache was introduced here. So when defining a dependency on IntelliJ IDEA, you can open the closure and type use cache equals true. And on the screenshot, you can see that the IntelliJ Ultimate IntelliJ unified, was extracted to .IntelliJ-platform.ide's directory. And this is the default location. Next to this default approach, you can still configure the caching behavior. So using the top level IntelliJ platform extension, so below dependencies, you can open caching IDE's blocks and define exact path where you want to store those extracted IDEs. So if you work on multiple projects, it's better to refer to your home directory, for example. You can enable it by default. So not only the main build configuration will rely on this cache, but also all custom tasks like run IDE, test IDE, plugin verifier will reuse the same location, the same cache. And the name parameter, well, this is obvious by default. It's just type-version. But in terms of EAP releases, which are changing in time, you can define some additional naming rule for this directory. So EAP cache will be invalidated daily, weekly, monthly. It's up to you. Yeah, and one last thing about dependencies block is module dependencies refactoring. This is a breaking change. Unfortunately, fortunately, we figure out that the plugin module version 2, which is not publicly announced, not documented yet, but it is still there. We are using heavily this mechanism, has some rules, and those rules should be soon default. That's why the plugin module dependency was renamed to something secondary called plugin composed module, and the plugin module is the new feature. But what's that? If you are working on multi-module project, so you have some core, you have some dependencies, shared module, if you are releasing, if your plugin is created in a way that you have this module for PHP Storm, this for some other dependency, this is already multi-module product. And those are supposed to be composed into one jar. That's why composed. You should use the plugin composed module. The plugin module, this is something we will announce next year, hopefully, and document it, share with you, and run more content materials about it. Yeah, another pretty important change. We spotted during the year that if you create your plugin setup based on specific version, like 2025.2, for building the plugin, so it is still available for 2025.3 and up, it had a glitch where if creating custom tasks like custom test IDE task or custom run IDE task, the class path from the build setup was passed further to the custom tasks as it is, except the IntelliJ platform path. So eventually, when building the plugin, the class path of your project is composed of IntelliJ platform dependency, but also bundled plugins you are defining, you are declaring you want to use for development, external plugins, test framework, etc., etc. And this class path was passed as is, still to custom tasks, replacing just the IntelliJ platform. So eventually, the test custom IDE task was composed of IntelliJ platform 2025.3, but also bundled plugin from 2025.2. The issues were annoying and pretty serious. So as a result of this change I'm talking about, we are no longer in the custom test ID, run ID tasks. We are no longer passing the whole setup from the base setup to custom class path. So when defining this test custom ID, you have only custom IntelliJ platform available. So to get everything working, you're supposed to have again defined bundle plugins, test framework, etc., etc. So for now, you will have to build this dependency set again. I hope with the next maybe 3.0 release, we will face some improvements in that matter, like what was the name? Testing suits from Gradle. If that will be stable enough, we'll start refactoring all the setups into that direction. Yes, and I was talking about problems we are trying to avoid. And here is a bit about problems we don't want to avoid, but highlight to you. So whenever you run verify plugin task or verify plugin project configuration, which is run for you automatically, those tasks are reporting issues in logs. Like you are using outdated IntelliJ platform Gradle plugin, or your Java version is not correct comparing to the platform you're using, or some issues with since until build. Many possible issues are here possible. But they are logged in plain text in the console only. This year, during the Google Summer of Code, our contributor improved this situation. So now we are integrating with Problems API from Gradle. Still, it's not. It is a pretty incubating feature, but we are already trying to integrate with it and pass not only issues like single line issues to Gradle Problems API, but also solutions, links to documentation, and more valuable information about the problems themselves. So this is now enabled by default, and to get to see this generated by Gradle report, look in your logs for problems report. There will be a working local link to local file where you can incite all the issues that Gradle reported. And the small feature also released actually last week, and this is just useful for debugging. So when you run verify plugin, you can use this list IDEs switch. It will not run plugin verifier itself, but it will resolve all dependencies and show which versions will be used for running verifications and exact paths of those. Yeah, but so I'm preventing from running plugin verifier. Sorry, Robert. Yeah, useful links 3 links. First one is JetBrains platform forum. If you don't know it, this is the place we are gathering together to discuss plugin issues, new features, sharing knowledge. So this is a place to be. GitHub repository, so github.com/JetBrains/IntelliJ platform gradle plugin. You can search there for new releases or contribute, I hope. And yeah, documentation of this particular project, the link is pretty short, jb.gg. EJPGP, so IntelliJ platform gradle plugin, docs. Thank you. Now I would like to pass the stage to Robert.
Thank you, Jakub. That has been a huge list of contributions. I'm Robert, developer advocate and a part-time maintainer of the IntelliJ plugin verifier. What is the purpose of the IntelliJ plugin verifier? If I am a plugin author, basically I might have two questions. Will JetBrains Marketplace approve my plugin? And the second question is, will the plugin run correctly in the target user's IDE? The plugin verifier is another tool in the puzzle of IntelliJ platform Gradle plugin, JetBrains Marketplace, and IntelliJ SDK. It makes sure that the plugin descriptor is correct. That means if the mandatory values in the plugin XML are put in place, if the particular required values within the ranges are correct, if the since build and probably until build are properly composed, and many other semantic and syntactic information is checked. Furthermore, and more importantly, it checks whether the IntelliJ platform API in the target IDE is accessible and available. Since the IntelliJ platform SDK is constantly evolving, some methods might be introduced, some methods might be deprecated, some methods might be marked as scheduled for removal, and some functionality in the API landscape might become internal or experimental. So plugin verifier checks all of the things, and when everything is checked, we as a plugin authors might probably have seen such report as this one. This is the report from the JetBrains Marketplace for JWT plugin, and we can see that this plugin in version 0.19 is not very compatible with the IntelliJ IDEA Ultimate 2025.1.1.1 because there are two compatibility problems and one usage of scheduled for removal API. On the other hand, in the bottom, we see that this plugin is fully compatible with 2024.2.6, which is quite an old version of IDE now, but the plugin works there. This report, as I have said, is produced by the plugin verifier. So my job as a plugin author is to investigate those reports and try to address them. Because plugin verifier on the JetBrains Marketplace is a mandatory quality gate. Severe compatibility problems will prevent upload of the plugin. We are constantly reviewing all new uploads of plugin versions, and whenever we see that plugin might be problematic, in the worst case scenario, it might be even unlisted. One way how to check the plugin is to upload it to the JetBrains Marketplace, wait for the verification report, and investigate that in the browser. However, this might take quite a long time, and therefore, the better solution would be to run the plugin verifier locally or within the CI/CD. This is one approach. However, even in the JetBrains marketplace, the verification can be triggered and rerun manually. As I have said, there are two options, either to run it in the JetBrains marketplace, but this might be complicated because it might involve a plugin version upload, waiting for our infrastructure to run the actual verifications, and to wait for the reports. For the local development, the better option, definitely, which I would heartfully recommend, is to integrate with the IntelliJ platform Gradle plugin and to run the verification locally. Or as an alternative, the plugin verifier is available as a standalone CLI tool that can be executed from the command line. So feel free to choose either one option, integration with the IntelliJ platform Gradle plugin, or the standalone CLI tool run. As I have said, I strongly recommend to integrate this option because it saves the round trip to the JetBrains marketplace, and there is a better control when running this locally. The IntelliJ platform Gradle plugin integration is quite straightforward because Jakub is providing multiple extensions in this landscape. So this is the minimalistic but fully working scenario when the plugin built by Gradle on top of the IntelliJ platform Gradle plugin will run the verification against set of recommended IDEs, and all of the verifications will be run locally, and reports will be also saved into the local file system as the set of HTML files. I won't be going too much into the depth of verification process because in May 2025, so a few months ago, we published a high-level overview webinar, Plugin Verifier and API Compatibility Maintenance, which shows the full scope of the tooling. And I fully recommend going over this because it shows exact scenarios of verification cases about integration with the IntelliJ platform Gradle plugin and also integration with the JetBrains marketplace. IntelliJ plugin verifier is open source. It is public, so it is available on GitHub. Contributions are welcome because there is a huge amount of work to be done. And Plugin Verifier is deeply integrated with JetBrains Marketplace and IntelliJ Platform Gradle plugin. Whenever a new functionality is proposed, we sit with the JetBrains Marketplace team and we sit with the IntelliJ Platform Gradle plugin team, and we coordinate our approaches. So the Plugin Verifier, which can be run locally, is usually the same version that is running on JetBrains Marketplace. Currently, the version is 1.397, which was released in October 28th, and there is one more version being uploaded any day now. There is quite an activity in this project, so it is not that at all. However, in the last 2 months, the major effort was devoted to the internals because the IDE distribution layout has dramatically changed. This doesn't impact plugin development much. However, this required many improvements behind the scenes and under the bonnet of the plugin verifier. We aim to support the V2 plugin model. As Jakub has mentioned, this is currently in the works and it is slowly being documented to be used for the plugin developers. we use that extensively in the IntelliJ IDE layout already, but we had to adapt plugin verifier to support that. There were many performance improvements, and there are many more on the roadmap because we are aware of the few issues that should be fixed, especially with the performance on the Windows. And most importantly, currently we are going through the list of false positives because there are lots of false positives now, and trying to see what can be implemented in the upcoming months. Because there were lots of false positives in the dependency check resolutions, some false positives in the API availability in the V2 modules, and we try to remove as many of them as possible because they confuse everybody. More details and documentations are in the IntelliJ SDK docs. I am actively monitoring the JetBrains platform forum, so whenever there are any questions in the area of plugin verifier or integration with the IntelliJ platform Gradle plugin, you are heartily welcome to join the forum, and I will be replying and handling relevant questions personally. And of course, as I have said, you can join the development at the GitHub open source repository. Thank you. That's all. Probably now it's time for a Q&A session.
You're right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Ivan, for your talks. And yeah, as you said, let's check if we have any questions about any of our talks.
I think we got one question, but I'm not able to answer it. So it's from Anshuma. And the question is how JetBrains IntelliJ IDEA plugins are deployed for interconnected Cloud Shell that can handle AI or ML file type API through its compatible Kotlin script function.
I'm not sure if I understand this question, to be fair.
Me too. I have to say, me too. So maybe, Anshuman, you can clarify a bit?
Okay, in the meantime, we have a new question. I feel from Mr. Toby, I feel the IntelliJ Gradle platform plugin is very slow on Windows. Building takes much more time when on our CI. Yeah, any update on this? It is slower, and the reason for that is Windows. Windows file system. Well, we already noticed and we are aware that working with files on Windows, extracting them, reading files is way slower than on Linux or macOS. I'm not sure if, well, from Gradle, in Gradle part, there is not much we can do. Probably you can involve caching here to avoid re-extracting those IntelliJ platform archives. But in so Robert, this will go to you. Do you think we can somehow optimize the plugin verifier which is used internally by Gradle plugin?
Yeah, that's exactly the question I've been waiting for from your side. And this was the reason what I mentioned in the plugin verifier part. IntelliJ platform Gradle plugin and plugin verifier share a common library called IntelliJ structure that is used to create a type-safe model of plugins. And we are aware that this library has a performance issue on Windows. As Jakub said, it is connected with the zip parsing and jar extractions. We are aware of this issue, and I'm not giving any promises because the issue is quite complex, but we will try to at least broadly address this and improve that. It is on our it is on our radar, and we are aware of that.
Okay, maybe we can continue since Robert is already talking. So there's a question from Roman. Does the verifier check for any infinity loops in the plugin?
Do we have any information what the infinity loop, like endless loops, like while loops that go infinitely? If this is the case, then no. As a plugin author, I can introduce a simple plugin that will create an infinite loop. Plugin verifier will not check that because plugin verifier is targeted for the invocations of IntelliJ SDK APIs. However, I can imagine that this is the question: if my plugin can hang the IDE, there are other mechanisms internally and externally that check for the basic performance stuff and try to avoid that.
Yeah, I'd like to add that, as I mentioned, this year we provided integration with the UI tests that we run for every uploaded plugin. So if the plugin hangs the IDE, freezes it, we would detect it, and we would not approve such a plugin. But again, I should mention that it's just a simple check. It just runs the plugin, the IDE with the plugin installed.
Yes, in the JetBrains marketplace, there are already at least 2 mechanisms to verify the plugin. One is the traditional one with the plugin verifier, but there is a newly introduced one with the gray IDE bubble next to the verification results that is handling the integration tests.
Okay, so I will go a bit quicker because we got quite some questions. So does anyone here have an insight into basically Compose UI for plugins? So the question is from Andre, and it's, are there any official or unofficial milestones for Compose UI for plugins? Probably Jakub would know most about that.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep, that's the question. Yeah, there are some plans, unofficial so far, but we are heading this direction. In the IntelliJ Platform Gradle plugin, there is already Compose UI helper dependency introduced to help you bringing all necessary Compose UI dependencies to the game. And yes, as for content materials and making it public, we are currently internally creating tests around that to make sure everything is working correctly and nothing is missing. Right now, something is missing, so we are filling those gaps. And as soon as we'll be ready, we will shout about that because this is really exciting.
Okay. Next question is from, unfortunately, I can't read it and I won't butcher the name, but the question is, should I declare a dependency to the ultimate module in the plugin XML when targeting PHP Storm? Or is it only about UI, IU or PyCharm? So basically, I think it's about the unified.
Yeah, it's about unified. Well, yeah, first of all, if you want to create plugin for PHP Storm and other IDEs, you're supposed to use unified distribution if targeting 2025.3 and up. And yes, depending on this ultimate module mentioned in the presentation, should make everything clear that user is using paid subscription, because this module is supposed to be enabled by default in PHP Storm, which is paid, right? Yeah.
Okay. Going to the next question we still have. a minute or two from Joachim. I'm not sure if this belongs here, but what's the new security verification section in quotes for a plugin update on the marketplace? I think that's maybe something that Ivan can say, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the Joachim is mentioning specifically, but we're introducing internal security checks for the plugins. I can't share the exact details, exact specifics right now, but this is the thing that we are actively working on, because this is a very important thing. We are distributing lots of plugins to millions of users around the world, so we want to be sure that the plugins are secure.
Okay, lovely. I hope that answers it. So we got another question from Marina, I think. Can you provide examples of syntax in buildgradle.kts for plugins that support both 2025.2 and 2025.3 using new functions like IntelliJ IDEA and compatible plugins raise errors?
So yeah, that's for me. So yes, I can. However, not here. Well, in chat, that would be pretty, terrible experience. Please raise a question in our forum. I will answer to you. Verify that first and answer to you right away.
Lovely.
So platform.jetbrains.com.
Yeah. So, and I think the last question is from Sali. Is there a sample repo that includes custom UI windows and code generation? I'm not sure we have that.
Custom UI windows, code generation. I'm not sure we have that.
No.
No.
Okay, folks.
Let's wrap it up.
Right. Let's wrap it up. We're 1 minute over time for the first session, so we're pretty good. The next session will be from Dmitrii Derepko, and he will have a talk about from templates to marketplace, creating your first plugin. So Dmitrii is a full stack developer for over 10 years, and I think he works intensively on PHP Storm plugins and IntelliJ plugins, and he's a core member of the Ye-free PHP framework. I had to look up how to pronounce that. And unfortunately, Dmitrii won't be here with us, so we show you a recorded thing. If you have questions, put them still in the chat. What we can try to do is basically get the answer from Dmitrii and then put it into the recording in post-production. That's our secret plan. So with that being said, I think we can go ahead and start Dmitrii's presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Ivan. Thank you, Robert.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone else. See you later.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dmitrii Derepko, and usually I speak about PHP because I code in PHP more than 10 years. But a year ago, I wanted to craft a plugin for PHP Storm to support E3 PHP framework. And today I have published more than 25 plugins. I remember the days and how it was hard to start. I have prepared a guide for you how to create your first plugin and publish it to the JetBrains marketplace. So let's get started. The first most important thing is to start from the template. As you can see on your screen, there is a repository which you can fork and use, or just push use this template button and create a new repository. There is just one required field, repository name, which I feel is GR plugin. Guess what does it mean? After that, click the Create button down the page. Refresh the page. That's it. This is your first plugin for IntelliJ IDEA, which probably supports almost all IDE versions. But our journey is just beginning here. As you can see, there is only one commit, but if you refresh the page and open commits, you can see another one, which made by the actions user bot. And don't worry, they just basically clean all the template repo stuff and rename that template to your project name. That's really convenient. So let's go further and clone our repo. Open IntelliJ IDEA and click the clone repository button. Choose how you clone the repo by URL or with connected GitHub account. When the project opens, you will probably see something like this. There is no project files. README tab has brown background, nothing worse. Don't panic. Press command and semicolon keys on macOS or similar shortcuts on Windows and Linux, or click on the project structure in the menu, or even use double shift shortcut. And finally, you open project structure settings. After that, you'll notice no SDK warning in the SDK field. So click on it and select one. This is recommended to use 21st SDK version if you build new plugins. Official documentation recommends to use JetBrains runtime. It has JBR prefix, but you can use any. If you don't have any of these, click on the Download JDK button, which is below the list. Next, choose language level as SDK default. Save the changes, and then click on this elephant button in your editor to sync Gradle changes. This floating button indicates that something has changed in your project dependencies, and you probably should click there. In case the icon is not available or you want to sync it manually, in the side toolbar you can find the Gradle panel. Open it, and this first button in the new toolbar do the same thing. So sync the changes, wait a bit while all project dependencies are downloaded and indexed, and now you're ready to work. If you use IntelliJ IDEA for the first time, please check if these plugins are installed. If not, find them on the marketplace and install. They totally save your time. Structure. I will briefly describe what a typical project looks like. These files you most likely won't ever touch, but know they are caches, settings, builds, and more. The SRC folder contains all of your plugin source code, including tests and some settings. There are test itself and test fixtures under the test data folder. In the resources folder, you can find a file with messages or strings. Usually, it's used to format and translate messages that you show to users. These two files describe your plugin settings, extensions, features, dependencies. Let's deep dive a bit. In the plugin.xml, you can find some metadata information about the plugin. Its ID, name, your vendor name, other plugins used as dependencies, linked messages, bundles, and extension points. There also could be declared actions, listeners, services, and more. Gradle properties. These files used to declare another meta information such as plugin name, repository URL, plugin version. The difference between this file and the plugin.xml that this file is used to build your plugin, while plugin.xml is used by IDE to extract properties from the plugin build. There are also plugin things build, which describe a lower bound of IDE version which can install the plugin. Platform type and version describe which IDE plugin will be run on while development. We'll back to it in a moment. As you can see on this slide, 243 isn't just magical number, it describes the IDE version. This is pretty simple. The platform type is an abbreviation which describes IDE platform, which will be installed locally to run your plugin. IC for IDEA community, PS for PHP Storm, and so on. Actually, it defines a platform which can install your plugin. I recommend using IntelliJ Ultimate if you want wider support for your products. The last file I wanted to mention here is the build.gradle.kts. This file describes how to build your plugin, which dependencies to download and bundle into the plugin build. It's like a package.json from JavaScript world, but it may be way more powerful. There are also scripts to reduce plugin boilerplate and automate some things, such as plugin version and description patching, building a changelog file, and others. For instance, you might add test dependency there. This is a part of integration testing structure that you can find on the platform documentation website. A bit more about dependencies. In the IntelliJ IDEA, almost all features are made by plugins. Some of them from JetBrains, some of them from external contributors like me and you. There are several types of dependencies, platform dependencies and project dependencies. Let's imagine that we want to craft a plugin to support a PHP framework, like me in a year ago. First of all, we need to have the PHP plugin installed to work with its classes and functions. It's like a shared library. This plugin is installed on our platform and we can use it directly. To implement some cool serialization in our plugin, we want to use Kotlin X serialization package. This is not a shared library. It should be bundled into our plugin because others may use totally different versions of the same dependency, and we don't want to solve this version hell. Remember this? These test implementation calls describe project dependencies. In case of Kotlin X serializer, we should add the Gradle plugin and source dependency as is described in the Kotlin X serializer documentation. Regarding the platform dependencies, here we can make a choice. The first option is to build our plugin against IntelliJ Ultimate platform and require a PHP plugin installed. In this case, we should specify what dependency version we are expecting: 203, 203, 44, 49, and so on. Another option is to build our plugin against PHP Storm platform, which has PHP bundled onto the platform. No version is required in this case. That 203, 44, 49 version is taken from the marketplace. Open the main page, find the plugin, open the version tabs. There you can find the version and compatibility range. You cannot use these builds with IDs outside their range. And yeah, plugin ID could be found on the plugin page right on the bottom of the page. Previously, we described which plugins we want to install on our development platform. And now we can declare how our plugins depend on them. You may make these dependencies optional or required and declare all corresponding extensions in a separate file. It's really convenient when you separate optional things. For instance, it is Metastorm dependencies. It could work with any of installed plugins, PHP, JSON, XML, database, but it doesn't require them to be installed, but maybe some of them. I know it was hard, and you'll probably face with these dependencies errors from time to time. And today we won't use any dependencies. Now let's move on and build our plugin. Open the Gradle panel and find Build Plugin script, run it. When it's done, you can find a zip file with your plugin inside the build/distributions folder. You can also change the build name and the project name in the settings.gradle.kts file. It may be useful when you want to trim some characters from the original plugin name. Now our plugin is ready to be distributed, and we can upload it to the JetBrains marketplace. Of course, you should create an account there to continue the distribution. After you're done with the registration, click on your name from the top menu and choose Upload Plugin. Choose the file we have built a moment ago, fill license agreement, source URL if it's open sourced, and text which describe your plugin. Only a few, not all. So submit the form, and yeah, we did it. Usually moderation time takes up to 2 business days, but the plugin page is ready to be used now. This is how plugin developers see their plugins admin panels. There are several tabs that you may edit from the website, but some of fields are filled automatically with the plugin meta information, which is declared in the plugin.xml file. On the versions tab, you can find all uploaded builds and their statuses. There are also a compatibility table, which is under the image. You can also open the plugin page of your public page of your plugin, and you may notice this not compatible warning because there is no builds available to be installed, because the first build is under review now. The most watchful of you may notice that the plugin has a custom icon and description, and I will tell you how to change it. Plugin description is patched to the plugin.xml from this section in the README file. Just place your description in Markdown format, and build scripts will parse and copy-paste it to the plugin.xml file when you build the plugin. This is way convenient to keep the description here instead of the original plugin.xml file. Plugin icons should be stored under the meta-inf folder with names plugin icon and plugin icon _dark for light and dark modes, respectively. The platform website also describes what icons should look like, their sizes, colors, formats, folders, and names. There are also colors for light and dark mode. You can use your own colors for sure. These are just convenient examples that look good. Discover idea icon on the website you see on the slide, or craft an SVG by yourself. I have chosen the target icon, downloaded it, and placed it in my project. Oh, features. We want to code features. We need features. There are a lot of features that IDEA platform provides. Some of them are good described, some of them not described at all, some already deprecated, but the best recommendation from my side is to go through this custom language guide. Do every step there. Clone and run examples from the GitHub and read all the information on this website from the beginning. Unfortunately, we won't touch features today, but you can find some of them in the repositories under the J plugins organization on the GitHub. There are more than 24 plugins available for free, which you can contribute into or use as a reference. So we're finishing here. I hope it was helpful. I'm open to your questions via Telegram or email. Wish you green builds and pass the moderation. See you next time.
Lovely. So thanks, Dmitrii. A virtual hug goes out to you. Right. So we already posted the guide from Dmitrii. And so this session was basically because of the several requests from last year that we should have a very introductory thing where we show how to build from templates and get basically going with your first plugin. Right. So since we don't have an official Q&A, we can basically now continue with the raffle that we forgot after our last session. So what we have is basically a raffle where we ask questions in chat, and the first one to answer will get a bag of things from us. So we can share later what's in there. The question is, do you want a hard question first or a not so hard one for the introductory? So
let's make it hard.
Let's make it hard. Right. So is everyone ready? Easy? Chris says easy. So is everyone ready? Because basically we post the question and the first one to answer will get the raffle back.
Yeah, we also, next to the question, suggest answers. So there are 4 possible answers. Well, one is correct only. So you can either type the full answer or the number. So
all right,
to make things easier.
So let's make it on a count of 5. So I count backwards. Jakub, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go.
Okay.
So the question is, which of the following shows the correct spelling of the company's name that develops IntelliJ IDEA?
Mm-hmm. We have many. Okay. Yeah.
So Jakub, what is the correct answer?
For sure, it's not JetBrains and JetBrains.
JetBrains.
Yeah, it's JetBrains. So the correct answer is 2.
Right, with a capital B. So
yes, and no typos.
And no typos. So if you think, oh God, I missed that, don't bother. You're not the first one. We have a lot of these things internally. That's why we made that the first question. So let me scroll up. I think the first one who typed 2 is Andre. No, Mr. Toby. Am I right? No, no, I need to go up. I'm sorry. Peloko was the first one who typed 2?
Yes. This is what I see in YouTube, because we'll use YouTube as a reference to chat.
Peloko, what we want you and everyone else who wins to do is to reach out to Marketplace. We will post the email address shortly. And so we can sync all the things. Well, we have to basically send you the gift. So since we didn't have a raffle question last session, we can do another one. Now you know how it works. Next question.
Okay, the next question.
The next question. Okay, we do it again on the count of 5. Is that okay? Are you ready, Jakub?
I am.
All right.
Always.
So, okay, on the count of 5. So we go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go.
Okay, let's show it.
So the question is, what is the current version of the IntelliJ platform Gradle plugin? Is it 2.10.2, 2.10.3, 2.10.4, or 2.10.5?
Okay, looking at answers, I'm already confused because I don't remember if I've released something yesterday evening or not. Because the actual version I know about is 2.10.4, which will make the answer number 3 correct. And I think it is Marco. Please confirm.
Yeah, I think so. Option 3, I see first. I see Marco first.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
That's fun.
All right, we still have some time left to our next session. We prepared for that. Jakub, should I ask you a question?
Oh my God, I'm not prepared for that. Yeah, go on.
You are because it's
Okay.
It's live. So I want to know, how did you first get into plugin development and become part of the IntelliJ platform team?
Yeah, I do remember. Yeah, I was working as a PHP developer. Yes, because I'm a former web developer. Thanks for asking, by the way. That reminds pretty nice things to me. So yeah, I was a PHP developer working in a basement, literally, because our office building had a basement where they put all developers.
all the PHP developers down there.
All 3 developers. That was not IT company, but we were working on backend stuff for them and WordPress extensions, etc. And that was my very first contact with JetBrains IDEs, and that was like 15 years ago or something. Probably yes. So yeah, we had PHP Storm installed on our machines, and we were working on WordPress extensions. Terrible experience, but we managed that. And so yeah, you are about to use gitignore there, obviously, to exclude some environment variables.
Gitignore is your plugin,
and yeah,
is it the first one?
That was the very first plugin I've created. So yeah, because of this need, I've created extension for JetBrains IDEs called idea gitignore, or .gitignore later, or .ignore later, because name was changing over time. So yeah, it was highlighting the syntax of gitignore files, and then npm ignore, docker ignore, everything that was eventually requested, because it's still all about the same syntax and the same features. And then someone suggested to help with generating such gitignore files by utilizing some open source listings of gitignore templates. So there was gitignore.io website with public GitHub repository. It's down right now, I believe, or not. I don't know. And obviously GitHub's templates. So yeah, I was in the build time. I was fetching all those repositories into the plugin, so they were distributed in a fixed version. But yeah, no internet connection was required, and nice UI, etc. So yeah, turned out that was a really requested feature later, and really useful. And I hit millions of downloads. That was crazy.
Yeah.
Then half a year, 6 months before joining JetBrains, Misha Vink reached out to me. He was involved in Marketplace before, but not anymore, sadly. He pinged me that JetBrains wants to purchase this plugin, open source plugin. That was weird. Because IntelliJ idea was supposed to consume some features of my plugin and to make the situation nice to both sides. They made me this offer, so I was really tired of supporting it, and I was take it even for free. But yeah, we made a deal, and 3 months later, JetBrains reached out to me again, offering a position at JetBrains as a developer advocate. So again, I was web developer, knowing almost nothing about JVM. And here, this American dream. I started. Well, I said, okay, let's do it. I had only experience with Stack Overflow, some open source projects, supporting plugin developers to some degree on Slack. We don't use Slack anymore for that. But it clicked, and I'm almost for 6 years here. Time flies. This is really crazy.
Yeah, I think the
one more thing. This Gitignore plugin is again with me.
I know. So I think basically the thing that just starting out, trying something very simple, and then you get the big wall of the million lines of code of the IntelliJ platform, right? And have to deal with this. I mean, I think that's one experience most of us went through, no matter how small your plugin is. So I see that Aleksandr is already with us. Shall we bring him to the stage and have a quick chat?
Yeah.
Hi, Aleksandr.
Hi, everyone.
How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Well, great. Busy, as you can see. It's all great, really. So maybe, please tell something about us, about yourself.
I have the slide in my presentation, but I can start right now. So my name is Aleksandr, and I'm working as a front-end engineer at Evil Martians. It's a consultant agency. So we work with a lot of stuff and sometimes with different languages. So that was a thing that led me to create a plugin for Luau language, which I'll be talking today about.
Yeah, so I see that you worked in bioinformatics, or you have a background in bioinformatics.
Yes, I have a master's degree in biology and then some bioinformatics over education.
Yeah, that's lovely because basically when I studied and then did my PhD, I was sitting exactly in our department in Leipzig, Germany, with the bioinformatics team.
And, that's nice.
Yeah, that's nice. So they did all a lot of stuff around RNA and mRNA, and they used all these nice tools which were written in Perl. Incredibly horrible scripts that no one could ever read. Okay, so I see you feel me. It's the bioinformatics.
That's still the case. I would say more because my wife is doing a PhD now at the same university, so at Leipzig University. In bioinformatics. Good. So she's working with these RNAs, and the tools are still ugly. Yeah. They're not in Perl anymore. They're mostly Python now, but still.
Yeah, they were in Perl and used all the command line hacks like awk and set and all these tools to go through the sequencing stuff and do all the alignments and things they were doing. Great. Actually, that's nice.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that really, and I tried Perl, but it's like my cats join me on my desk and start typing.
I mean, since we have
how
some
Perl
time,
look.
right? I mean, we could deviate a bit here and just say, so basically it's just string manipulation, because what you have in the sequences in DNA and RNAs, right? It's just strings, and not even very complicated strings. It's only, I don't know, 4 letters. How many do we have?
Yeah, it depends mostly for like in RNA there are more, but yeah.
Yeah. So, and you try to find structures and you try to align 2 of these strings, and they are massive, and they were massive 10, 20 years ago, right? Where we had really, where we did not have the compute power that we have right now. So I guess the field is changing.
Yeah, now it's much better, but still, if you have to assemble genomes of some weird organisms like the crustaceans, like the small crabs and stuff, let's call them like that. Yeah, they may have a lot of repetitions in their genome, and assembly could still take weeks and months.
Yeah, to run through. So, Aleksandr, so how did you make the transition from basically Perl and all the stuff to Java and Kotlin? How did that work?
I was working as a bioinformatician with pipelines and all this stuff, and then we had also the small software department at my previous job place. So yeah, and then I completed all the tasks I had as a bioinformatician, and then I asked like, could I maybe join software development stuff? And then I worked a bit of Spring Boot, a bit of front end, so it was kind of full stack experience. And then I started learning Kotlin. So it was the time when the Kotlin was first version. So I visited like the first meetups in St. Petersburg connected with Kotlin release. Yeah, and I was choosing between Kotlin and Go, and I chose Kotlin, and I'm happy about it.
Lovely, that's great. So and when did you write your first plugin?
I think it was 2017 or something. I think around that time. When I was a bioinformatician, I was working with pipeline language, CWL, and it's like a YAML-based language, but it has a lot of specific stuff, and it was hard working with it just in Sublime. It's like similar to SnakeMake that has support on PyCharm, but there was no support for CWL, so I tried to make a plugin to do this, and it worked, but then it was hard to support it, and I didn't have time. So it's just there.
Did we already have Gradle back then in 2017, Jakub?
No,
because I started with Maven, with some horrible Maven.
I think so. There were no plugin repository like the template. There were less documentation. Yeah, so that was much harder than now.
Yeah, when I started, I was using IntelliJ platform as this, in this JPS based build.
And did you? So I remember that I had a very big and very complex Maven build file that I could run on Travis CI, and so it's one of the things you don't want to touch, and you're just glad that it runs, right? So did you have CI, Jakub, back then, back in the day?
Back in the day, yeah, Travis,
right?
Travis, and then GitHub Actions. But yeah, who would bother about CI those days, right? But I jumped to Gradle plugin. Yeah, it was an IntelliJ Gradle plugin. That was the initial name. Still, I started exploring that with this 0.3 or 4 release, and yeah, it was already something. So I kind of have this background, and I didn't move smoothly to this Gradle build system. I was still exploring other open source projects, so I was copy pasting stuff from others, then adjusted that, then others started copying that from me, and yeah, that was ping pong for years.
Right. So today, Aleksandr, you will be talking about LSP versus the joy of learning. So I guess it's basically the big contrast of using a language server, right? In contrast to, okay, I really need to hack a parser and a lexer and do all the integration. Yeah,
Exactly like that.
I'm really looking forward to that. I think we can start. We got a couple of seconds left. We don't have to, right? Give the stage to you, Aleksandr. Have fun, and thank you already.
Thank you. So yeah, I've already presented myself. So we'll be talking today about an experience of developing a language plugin and how it feels when you are using language server instead of a native IntelliJ support. So a couple words about me, just to reiterate. So I was a biologist in bioinformatician in the past, and then I switched to front-end engineering, and now I'm working at consultant agency. And sometimes we need to work with different technologies, and I stumbled upon a language that's called Lua. That's like derivation of Lua with types, which didn't have any support in IntelliJ. Yeah, and given that I like IntelliJ idea and all other IDEs, and I hate VS Code, I was like thinking that it would be easier to write a plugin than to make my piece of VS Code. So I decided to do that. And let's start with the answering the question, do people still create new languages? Because you may think that I just stumbled upon a language no one uses, and then nowadays you don't need to do that. But actually it's not exactly like that, because we're not creating that many languages nowadays. So it was only like 29 new languages since 2010s and 3 languages since 2020s. That was Gleam, Mojo for AI stuff, and Carbon. That's the letter C on the slide. It's not C language, it's a Carbon. Yeah, but also language support is not limited by the language itself. It's also frameworks and stuff around them. So frameworks still emerge and on the front end every day, I guess. So we have things to work with languages and create plugins for. So you can see that there are 293 programming language plugins now on the marketplace. So what IDE gives us, I think like everyone on this talk accepts that IDE is better than no IDE, like working with just Sublime, we only have the highlight. So IDEs give us clever completions, which you can rate and do some AI stuff nowadays. We have inline hints, we have a lot of clever documentation, we have quick fixes and different sophisticated things like this one. So for example, we can check if the documentation is in sync with the code. So the code here is returning list of strings, and the documentation says that it's an array. So we can check that with some like language models, I think, and then provide some diagnostics. So how IntelliJ native support looks like, I dig up some from Web Archive, some 2008 JetBrains documentation, and actually it looks almost the same. So like the set of features that was supported is the same, except for the inlay hints that are the most recent addition. And how much code does it take? So while working on my plugin, I was using a lot of plugins like as a reference to see how the things are done, and I was mostly using these 5, and they are not that big actually, like under 50 Ks of lines of code, and unless you're working on Rust, and Rust is a big programming language with a lot of stuff to do. So it's quite manageable, I would say, to create a native support. But then there are other IDEs as well. So for example, we have new IDEs like Helix, we have Z, and we have the older ones. We have the most famous escape room for programmers, that's Vim. We have NeoVim and stuff like that. And so we don't want to write the plugin for every single IDE out there. So there should be a solution to it. So, and there is a solution. There is a language server protocol created by Microsoft back in the days when they were releasing VS Code, I think around 2016 or something. Yeah, and this protocol grew to kind of a common protocol for language support and other IDEs as well. So the idea behind it, it's that simple. We have a client which is integrated into IDE, and we have a server that's shared for all the, we can use the same server for all the IDEs. Yeah, and server is doing all the heavy lifting, and client is just like showing the results that server provides. So the idea sounds great. So let's then answer a question: how hard is it to build a plugin using the language server now? Of course, taking as granted that the language server already exists for your language. So two years ago, JetBrains added native support for LSPs, and now creating plugin using LSP is very easy. So the first thing you have to do is to inherit the LSP server support provider, and then it will, the main method that has this file open, that will be called on every file being open, as the name suggests. And then you just check, do you want to start the server, the LSP server for your file or not? And then we can just check the extension, for example, if we are supporting the language. And then we start the server using the descriptor that we also have to provide. And this descriptor mostly says, like, this is the command line we should create and start the server with. And there is also one more thing to check, do we want to track the file content in editor and sync it with the language server, or we're fine with just using the version on the disk. So given all these 50 lines of code, we've got our LSP working, but not exactly, because after we are doing that, we get almost white document with some colorful letters, but yeah, it still looks quite bland. So actually, this is specific of my LSP server because it doesn't provide a lot of semantic highlighting, but there is another specification that can help us here. There is a text-made grammar, and if you have a language server for your language, you most likely have text-made as well. And we can bundle text-made grammar with our plugin with like 5 more lines of code, and then we'll have the full highlight, the semantic one, and the usual one regex-based. So that's good. So under the 100 lines of code, we did all the work. So we have LSP working, we have auto-completion, we have all the documentation, all the pop-ups, all the quick fixes. And like, isn't life is kind of sad when we are writing only 100 lines of code? Every software developer wants to write more and learn something new. And actually, we are not living in a fairy tale, so this is only the start, because we have several questions to address as well. So the first one, and the obvious one, is the LSP server distribution. So what I did when implementing the descriptor is just running the bundled server, and it's bundled only for my platform. So I'm on Windows, so it's only for Windows. But there are some people using MacBooks, and I heard that it's finally a year of Linux on the desktop again. So we need more binaries, and then our plugin size will be bigger. So for example, like 15 megabytes for my LSP, and I would say it's not ideal. And then also plugin releases will be tied to the language server releases, because if something new is out, then you have to update your plugin, and it can be like every week. And then still marketplace reviews could be fast, but it's not ideal to do them every week, I think. And also, if the new LSP version is back somehow, then you'll be like, the users will have a hard time to switching back to the older version of the plugin, because most likely they will have to go to a marketplace page and then download the older version. So there is a better solution. Let the user decide. It's not that UX friendly, but at least we provide some possibilities. So user can just choose any binary on their system. And the most ideal solution, in my opinion, is implementing some kind of auto download. So you download the LSP binary for the platform, which you can get with the IntelliJ APIs, and then use it. So I ended up doing both. So I have the auto-download system, which downloads latest by default, and then you can still choose another version if you prefer it, or if there are some bugs that prevent you from working happily. And if you need for some corner cases or for some testing, you can still provide the binary manually as well. So that's the first problem we solved. It took me around 500 of lines to do this. And we also have to learn coroutines along the way. So that's funny. And I also had to manage a lot of other file downloads for my language because it needs some definitions to work properly. So that's why it took so much. But then, before that moment, we were treating LSP like as a black box. So we didn't try to see what's inside. But from time to time, you get some bugs, both in LSP and maybe in the LSP support. So you need to debug them, and to debug them, you need to understand how the LSP works. And the LSP is quite simple. It's a JSON RPC protocol with two types of messages. So we have requests, which requires a response, and we have notifications. Both of these messages could be initiated by server and the client. So request can be sent from client and request can be sent from a server. And the message structure is also straightforward. So we have basic JSON RPC fields here. We have method to say to the server which action do we want to do now, and then we have params. And we also have ID. And ID is used to find the response for the request, because they are, of course, sent all asynchronously and can come up in different order. So to match them, we use IDs. And one day LSP stopped working in my IDE, and I spent some time debugging, and the reason turned out to be simple. This ID can actually be both number and a string. So LSP protocol allows both. But LSP offer was doing some internal refactoring, and since the LSP offer only works on VS Code, they ignored that the ID could be a string, and IntelliJ uses strings. So the plugin was broken for a week, unless I have this fancy version, like fancy mechanism to choose a version. So I just switched to the older version of the LSP for the time being. So then to fix these bugs like this, you don't need to write anything, but you still get to read some C++ code if your language server is written with that. So that's interesting. And then also, as always, introducing one more layer in your architecture increases the amount of work you have to do while debugging. So bugs are everywhere. They can be both in LSP, both in your implementation, and both in IDE support for, like, in client, in LSP client. So one day I was happily updating my WebStorm to 2025.1, and all the errors were gone from my projects. Like, while it's good to have no errors, there was something wrong, definitely. So it took me a couple of hours to find the reason, and along the way I learned more about the protocol. Yeah, and like, small note, as a biologist, the spiders are not bugs actually, so they are from a separate group. So to debug this issue about diagnostics, I had to learn about them. So there are two types of diagnostics in LSP protocol. There are published diagnostics, the older one. They are notification based. So the server sends a notification with diagnostics, like with all the problems, like type issues and other issues as well, when it feels like it. So you don't have any control, and that's the problem, because you can have an open file, and LSP server can try to analyze the rest of the project instead. And there is a newer model that's pull diagnostics. It's request based. So the client requests diagnostics for the specific file or the specific set of files, and then gets them. And so if there are older and newer versions of some stuff, and there are different features in LSP, there should be definitely a way for both server and client to communicate which versions do they support. And there is one version. So when you start the LSP, the client sends an initialized request to the language server, listing all the capabilities it supports. So, like, does it support hover pop-ups? Does it support semantic highlighting? Does it support diagnostic, like older diagnostic, newer diagnostic, and stuff like that? And then server also responds with the capabilities it has and can provide. And after client receives the server response, it also after some time sends initialized notification to say that, yeah, I'm completely done with digesting all that you sent to me and we're happy and can start working. So in the 2025.0.1, there was a new feature, the support for pull diagnostics, but it's not turned on by default. But the configuration for the initialization has changed. So there was added just 2 lines. So we support diagnostic and it can be dynamically registered. And seeing these 2 lines, my language server decided that, oh, okay, so the client can support pull-based. So we will just turn off the push-based, the older one. And IDE didn't have pull version, the newer one, on. So like IDE is doing nothing, server is doing nothing. They're all happy except for me. So I had to fix this. The simplest fix is just this 2 line. We just change the capabilities and rewrite them to be as they were before the update. The better fix would, of course, be turning them off if we can, turning them on if we can. But it will, since I support several versions before the diagnostics were introduced, I'll have to do some fancy reflexing to use a class that's not existing in some older binaries. So I just decided to turn it off for now and start working with it when we update to 2025.1 as like the baseline. So yeah, the fix for this problem was 1 line more code, but you read a lot of C++ stuff and a bit of LSP spec, and LSP spec is quite big, I would say. So to debug all these problems, we also have to know where the logs live. So to turn on the LSP logs, you need to provide this like debug handler in debug log settings. And then if you are running your plugin in the older versions of IDE, then the logs will be in the main log. Like they will be just among other logs IDE does. And if you are on the newer version, then you have separate file per LSP in language services folder, and you can find this folder via all actions palette. So you can just click show log in Explorer and see them there. And also this change to diagnostic may raise a question. So like if there are some changes you are not aware about, how you can know about them. So of course the best source is LSP sources, so you can download them and look for them. There are still some issues with the download sources button regarding LSP in IDE. So there is an issue mentioned on the slide. So there are some ways to overcome this. And then the next place would be YouTrack. You can set up a filter for core LSP features, and then you'll see all this stuff happening with LSP when the support was added and what will be supported and maybe some future plans, because usually all the issues are well documented. And of course, there is a JetBrains platform already mentioned, where you can ask other people or JetBrains what's happening. Okay, and finishing on the initialization part, if you want to show these pretty language services pop up with the version of your language service, LSP protocol also handles that. And there is a special field in initialize result the server sends, the server info, which you can populate and use to display the version automatically. And it's not implemented in all LSPs because usually VS Code ignores that. So you have to contribute that if you need. So yeah, it's 10 lines of C++ code as well and CMake, so it's not the funniest thing to do. Okay, talking about all that, we have a vague idea, I guess, that there are different features supported by LSP, but how many features are there in general? We have quite a lot, actually. So we can support linters because there are diagnostics and code actions. We can support formatters because there are different formatting actions we can take. We can enhance documentation with LSPs. For example, like on hover, we can add new refactorings because there are actions like code action and apply edit. So a server can send you edits and then IDE will apply them. And we can also support frameworks with LSP, of course, because we can use all the above for this. And actually, we can do even more because LSP protocol allows custom messages as well. So you can do whatever you want, basically. You can send a message to turn off the heating or turn on the refrigerator if you want as well. So with all these features, there should be some configuration as well. So there is a special request response for that. So the idea is still simple. The client, in this case, the server is requesting the configuration and the client responds with it. And then language server usually caches this configuration and uses it. So there is a special mechanism to update them. So in this case, client should say send a notification saying to the server like, hey, I have updated my configuration. Could you re-request it again, please? And then after some time, when the server feels like it, it can send a request configuration again and then get a response. I still don't know how this is this supported by IntelliJ because I haven't found any information on the YouTrack and in the docs. So that would be nice to get an answer later in the discussion. So currently I'm just reloading my language server when I apply some configuration changes. Since the LSP support by IntelliJ is quite new and it's still experimental, not all the features are supported, but like most of them are, like more than 50%. So the ones that are not supported are rename, and they're in parentheses the statistics from IDE, how many times do I use the feature. Rename is not supported, then selection range is not supported as well. That's the clever selection when you go up to semantic units in the code. Code lenses and code vision are not supported as well for LSPs, and like code vision is the stuff almost like inlay hints, but they can be both above and inlay, and they do some action when you click on them. So the new code vision stuff opens the blame, and usages just opens a pop-up in this case with the usages that you can navigate to. And then document symbols is also not supported. So all the stuff like breadcrumbs, sticky lines, and the structure view is not always supported. But actually, that's the problem of doing talks on experimental technologies, because while I was doing the talk 2 weeks ago, there was no support. But then when I tried it a couple of days ago, the support is there already. So in 2025.3, there will be support for document symbols. What should we do if the feature is missing? Like it is there in LSP, for example, but it's missing in the native support for now. You can either implement it yourself, because you can get the language server and send all the commands manually, get the results, and then process them as you want. Or you can also use some alternative clients, because there is a LSP for IntelliJ client made by someone from Red Hat, I guess, which supports more things currently. But the JetBrains native support is almost full as well. So I think in a year, it should be on the same level. So if we want to do things manually, it's quite simple. So we can get our language server via the LSP server manager. So usually we use one language server per project, so it's fine to just get the language server given your provider and then use it. So, and then, yeah, you can see that we are using here the rename command. So we are sending it, then we are waiting for the results, and then we are applying workspace edits. And there is 100 lines more above to apply them. So totally, we can implement rename even right now with 150 lines of code, but it's infinite amount of bugs, because the feature is actually quite sophisticated, because we need to rename across several documents. LSP supports two actions actually. So there is a prepare rename and rename, and prepare rename just checks if we can rename the stuff. It's like a simple fast check, and then if it works, then we can send a rename one and do all the stuff, get all the edits and apply them. And there are even, I think there are more corner cases, because when I looked at the LSP for IntelliJ sources where they implement rename, they actually doing the reference resolution themselves. Like they are asking LSP especially to get them all the references to the variable they are renaming and renaming them as well manually. I think that's what language servers should do, but if they have this code, maybe that's not supported by all language servers, so it's safer or easier to also handle on the client, which is a bit weird, but still, we're living in the real world. Yeah, and having learned all of this about LSPs, we still have two more exciting things. So like the first one is that all the parsing, language analysis, indexing, and all the stuff is still there. So like we are not doing it in IntelliJ, but we're still doing it on the language server side. So there are still indexing. So for example, next time when you think that IntelliJ is slow, you can remember that it takes Ruby LSP in VS Code 40 seconds to start, because it's also indexing files. They are just usually not reporting it to VS Code. So you have no progress bar and you think that it's already working, but it's not. Yeah, and the second good thing is that LSP is made as language agnostic as possible. So the client is not supposed to do anything clever. So all you get is just results to the actions you send, but you don't have any AST to work with client side, because it would actually be quite slow to send it for all the file edits as well. So if your LSP doesn't do the thing you want, the only way is to work on the LSP itself. So you have to go to the language server and add the features there. And usually they are built in the same language you are writing the LSP for. So for example, like Ruby LSP is written in Ruby and Haskell LSP is written in Haskell and so on. But in my case, the LSP is written in C++, so I have a hard time contributing. So in reality, you can write as much code as you wish and learn as much stuff as you want while still using language server. They simplify some things, but you still have other things to concentrate on. So let's sum up some pros and cons of relying on language server protocol and language servers. So the biggest advantage is, of course, simple maintenance, because if there is a language server already maintained, by the way, for example, by language team itself, it's much easier for them to support it. So you don't have to do that. And then the minuses, like the disadvantages, are quite small. So you have less control over implementation of some front-end like features like selections and foldings and stuff like that. You don't have support for all the IntelliJ features from LSP. And there is also some minor performance overhead, because you have to send all the messages, get them back, and yeah, it's not instant. So, and I also have a final advice for you if you will be building a language. If you are building a language plugin, now I would still suggest starting with language server if it's there for your language, because it will be much faster start, and you can publish the language plugin as early as possible, and the people will be happy. Then you still can gradually build extra support with IntelliJ platform. So you still can be your Lexer parser in IntelliJ with all the grammar kit stuff, and support some fancy refactoring, supports your own foldings, support your own selection ranges and stuff like that, because it's an easy part of a language. You can do whatever you want there. But I would still advise to keep reference resolution, type inference, and completion LSP side, because this is the hardest part. And for example, I remember that there was a talk about TypeScript, and the WebStorm team had a hard time trying to replicate all the TypeScript in type inference, because it's always updating. And then you can also implement some missing features manually, or just try other LSP clients in IntelliJ as well. So that's all. And I also have a, like, since the conference is free, there should be some ads, and I have an ad for you. I have a small article about building the same plugin, but it's mostly about Lexer and parser stuff. So if you need some advice and help there, you can check the article and ping me, and I can try to help. So that's all. So I see I have here I have some useful links, the playground repo with the basic code for the LSP support that I used. Then there's a Luau plugin that I created, and there are, of course, links to JetBrains platform and the main LSP docs. So thank you all for the attention.
Okay, thank you very much. That was a really great talk. And with the last slide, you actually answered the question that appeared in our chat. I'll quickly showcase it. Yeah, is there any open source plugin for language support with LSP? So yes.
Yeah, there are actually quite a lot. So mine is not the first one. There is a, I think it's Prisma ORM for front-end development. That's like the JetBrains example, and there are other plugins as well, which use LSPs already.
What I would like to add here is also mention the tool that we have at JetBrains. It is called IntelliJ Platform Explorer. Let me bring my screen to the stage. Yes, I've pasted link in chat. So basically, this is plugins JetBrains.com/IntelliJ Platform Explorer, and here you can search for open source repositories and open source code that is implementing specific extension points. So here we can also search for LSP. And yeah, here is server support provider extension point, for example. Okay, not much to show here, but yeah, many other extension points are already implemented by third-party plugins.
Yeah, I think it's because the language support was migrated, so LSP is now in a different package. So that's why the previous link was almost empty.
Yeah, thanks for clarification. Yes. Yeah, so
I got a question.
Yeah, go on.
So, I mean, you're aware of, JetBrains gets often a lot of heat about the indexing and stuff, right? And from the user's perspective, I really understand that, because you don't care how something works, it just needs to work, and that needs to work fast, right? But if you have a bigger code base, and basically what we do is parsing everything through and storing the information and the model of the code so that we can do all the clever things that we do. Right? So if you have an LSP, and I think you said that already perfectly, either it doesn't have the feature or it needs to do a similar amount of work to have the feature, right? So can you say something about, so you mentioned renaming on the LSP. Can you say something about what they need to do behind the scenes? Because they also need to build an index, because they need to know where some code is used, where it's imported from, and what are all the references that need to be renamed, right?
Yeah, for sure. So that depends on the language. In my language, renames are a bit easier, like some renames, because they are mostly in terms of one file, of a single file, but still there is indexing, of course, and there's even a setting for max files to be indexed, which you never see in IntelliJ, because it can digest, I guess, an infinite amount, or like almost infinite, and language servers cannot. So I have like 10,000 files in index maximum, and then it will just not work. Yeah, so all the reference resolution still has to be done. So language server is not something magical. It's almost the same thing, but just like platform agnostic.
Yeah. So because I'm always a bit confused about the whole lightweight editor versus very heavy IDE discussion, right? So the answer is simple. If you want a lightweight editor, just open an editor that does basic highlighting for a file, but then you're missing out on all the features, all the code analysis, inspections, and so on, all the things you get basically when you have a deep code analysis. And it doesn't matter if it's done in IntelliJ or if it's done in an LSP server, right? So that's always a bit boring. So I think we have some more question. So from Chris, who asks, Jakub, can you bring it up? Is it possible to have an IDE native feature functionality also implemented in an LSP? I think you answered that already, right? But maybe you can repeat it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly the question is about, like which functionality, for example. But yeah, any extension point you have in IntelliJ, you can just run the LSP server there and run your own custom command or the existing command in LSP that does exactly that. So I think some sophisticated refactorings can be implemented like that, because there is no built-in support for like change signature, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
But
let's say you have a very complicated feature in your language, like for instance, changing the signature or changing the type or something, and it's not implemented in LSP. Then you have the choice to implement it in your plugin and do the edits just over the LSP and inform the LSP. Is that correct?
Yeah. So you have you have two ways. Either you build it like full LSP mode, so you go to the language server and build there the stuff, because changing the signature will also require some reference resolution to update all the usages. So it will have to be built on the language server. And then from IDE, you will just send a custom message. For example, you have a change signature method with all the custom params, and then a language server does that. Either you do this on the IDE stuff if you have Lexer and parser already, so you have some basic AST. You can, for example, trigger the built-in IntelliJ feature and then just apply the edits through LSP. I think should work as well.
So, but if you want to change it on the LSP, you probably need to work with the language that the LSP is written in, right?
Yep.
So you mentioned that already, and it might be C++. It might be, I don't know, OCaml or some other obscure language.
Yeah, usually it's the language you are working with. So
you're working with, right? Okay, I think Chris has a follow-up question. So, if so, how do you deal with turning off the functionality on LSP side so that it does not interfere with the IDE native implementation, or is there no need for concern?
Yeah, there could be some concern about it, but you can do the configuration. So you have these capabilities, and you can just turn off the capability. So you just say that IntelliJ IDE does not support and does not need, for example, refactorings or completion, and then it will never ask for them. So that's the idea.
Yeah, a very good question, Chris. I think Andre has another question. If the LSP needs to be aware of all the project files written in my DSL, can I send them to all the initialization, or does each file need to be opened before it's sent to the LSP?
So the language server is usually working on the same machine. So language server has access to all the files on the file system on its own. So you don't need to send all the files to the LSP. It can just read them. What IntelliJ is doing, it's sending the files currently being added to LSP, because they are not on disk. They are in some virtual file system. So this one's idea should synchronize, but I don't think you have all project files being edited at the same point. So you just send the small amount, and it's done automatically by IntelliJ, because there is support for that, like did open and did change notifications. And the rest LSP can read on its own. So you don't need to open all the files. That's answering the question.
Okay, thank you. So I think finally, could you have a summary? Because I think your talk was called LSP versus the joy of learning, right? So I did my language with a custom parser because there was no LSP when I started. It came later. And also, I wanted the joy because I wanted to understand. One of the goals was to understand the language to a degree where I really have the full view of how basically things are evaluated in code. So, what would be your path? I mean, you mentioned it. Start with an LSP in your talk, and then because maybe we should point out one thing, which is how hard it is or how hard it can be to implement a parser, a custom parser, right? So that's one thing that, because I brought it here because when you were talking, so these are one of the two books I have. I think one is the standard guide and the other one, I'm not sure which one, because there are really many ways of parsing language syntax, and it depends on the syntax and what class of language the syntax is, right? And there are many ways, and we have one thing with IntelliJ or with the platform that people are usually not aware of, which is you have a parser that can parse through, and that's okay. But for IntelliJ and for IDEs in principle, you need a parser that parses every crap you throw at it, right? And doesn't stop. Because the user's not helped if you stop right through the file and doesn't do the work to the end. You need to go through. So you need a very error-resistant parser that parses everything. And that is a bit tricky because no compiler will do that. All the compilers will just stop when they reach an error, and or most of the compilers. I'm not sure if all, right? So it's a thing on top. So do you have any recommendation?
Yeah, so I think not all the compilers are like that. I was also making this point in my article, but then I thought that Rust compiler is quite clever, so they're highlighting all the errors, and I think like our Lua compiler is also quite clever. But yeah, writing lexer and parser is hard, but it's not as hard as indexing and type inference if you need it, because you do it once and language changes very slowly, but type inference can change like faster, and it's hard to keep in sync. So writing your lexer and parser is easy, to some extent easy, depending on the language. Of course, if it's Hux where you have C injections, that's much harder.
Yeah.
So answering the question, which path do I choose and did I have the joy? Yeah, I actually started the custom lexer and parser because my goal was not just to support the language. My goal was to learn how it's done properly, finally, because my previous attempt was like more toy examples. So yeah, and I also tried reading Dragon book about compilers. I'm like halfway through it. It's quite interesting. So I did all the stuff, but there, like the point was that there is still some joy as well, even if you use language server. So like using language server just speeds up the initial development, I think, and it may help you in some places, but you still have a lot to do if you want a decent support in the end.
Okay. So let that be the final words. Aleksandr, I thank you very much for joining. It was a really nice talk. We will continue.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thanks again.
One more thing in terms of LSP API. I'm not sure if you missed that or not. Yesterday, I asked our colleague Tomasz Błachut, who is working on LSP API, to post the status update of what is going to be introduced in 2025.3. So in our forum, I'll just paste the link. We have a nice list of features. What is going to be available, and we are updating SDK docs in that matter as well.
Yeah, I just saw it like a couple of days ago because I understand that updating docs on the experimental features is hard. Yeah, and I also wanted to briefly mention that LSP will be available for free, like for all the IDs now, starting 2025.3. So now it's only in paid versions, but it will be for everyone. So it will be much
exactly. Thanks for saying that.
Yeah. All right. See you, Aleksandr. Great to have you here.
See you.
Bye-bye. So next talk, we can keep the introduction pretty short. So Jakub will talk about Kotlin notebooks meets IntelliJ platform. I will hand over to you, and give you the word, and you can do anything else.
All right. Thank you very much. So yeah, I believe I can skip self-introductory right now and just dive into the introduction of Kotlin Notebook and IntelliJ platform integration instead. On the screen, I do not have any presentation and slides, but the IntelliJ idea in version 2025.23, so it's already 0.3. With Kotlin Notebook file opened, prepared for this presentation. So I will just scroll and click and tell what is here and what you can do. But let's start with an introduction what Kotlin Notebook is. Probably many of you already heard about Jupyter Notebook, and it is pretty often associated with data science and all the rocket science stuff. So yeah, it's all about one big file in which you can write content, code, and markdown, and mix that and present data. And that was the Jupyter Notebook works with Python. Here, since 2025.1, I believe, I don't really remember, we have also, or even earlier, Kotlin Notebook available for everyone. So in IntelliJ IDEA, having Kotlin support already present, you can start using notebooks. And notebooks are a bunch of cells, markdown cells, for example. So I believe, yeah, you can see me clicking on specific cells and they are highlighted. So this is a single cell in which we can type markdown, and it is eventually rendered as a markdown output. Links, formatting, everything is here. So this is already great for creating maybe README files, but divided into cells and mixed with code cells. Here is code cell. If we double click on that, it's already in its natural form because this is code. But comparing to markdown cell, well, we have on the left side display button. So as soon as we hit it, it will render the code, the response from the code. So here, print line printed something to the standard output, std out, and here it is. But we do not need to print something explicitly. Cell is taking the latest the latest statement from the code block as an answer, and it renders it automatically. So here we have just number 44, 42, and here it comes. The next one, x equals 10, 20. So in a result, we get 30 already. So yeah, the latest statement is taking into consideration here. So yeah, we have different output types. String, rendered as a string. List, which is converted into a list with square brackets. Data classes can be also nicely rendered. And maps, and many, many more. So everything that can be, well, it's not exactly toString, but they are providing with multiple mappers to make it look nice. So yes, markdown cells, code cells, and they can be written down in different order. And about order, it is really important to highlight that order matters, but not order of cell's placement, but their execution time. So let's make it more visible. Here we have declared a message variable in the first cell, and in the second cell we can already use it. If we will start with this cell, the message variable will not be here with us yet, and yeah, we'll get error. Exactly. How we can use it for some better purposes, let's say. If we define mutable variable counter here, in next cell we can increase it. So yeah, it is 1 right now. If we hit it multiple times, it is increasing even more. So the order matters, and execution order matters, because if we'll have just placement order, that most likely will stay to be set to 1, but yeah. Later we can reset it and set to 100, but if we get back, we are already starting with 100 and going up. Yeah. So far in our cells we were using the latest statement to present output and printing stuff to the standard output. We have more options still, which are repeating the basic approach here. Again, only second line is displayed, but if we like to print more, we can use a display helper here. So when running the cell that contains of 3 display invocations, all of them will be printed as an output of the cell. And yeah, display is only to print something in a raw form, like plain text. But we have more. We can render HTML as an output, even emoji and CSS styles can be used here. Next, JSON, because JSON, we don't really want to display everything in one line. With JSON helper, we can have it pretty nicely formatted. Next to that, obviously, it's easy to achieve. We can display images with display. And this is not only image that we have stored locally. This is something that we create dynamically. So with AWT, Java AWT library, we can render this nice image. And we can, with double click, zoom it in. Having that already in place, it's easy to request something from the internet with URI. And it gets fetched and displayed for us. Okay, but so far we've been using some basic libraries, basic classes available in JVM. It is still possible to attach more than just more libraries, using, for example, stuff from Maven Central. With the add file depends on syntax, we can simply specify Maven coordinates of a specific library, and it will get downloaded to our local cache, and from now on we can start using some external libraries to do not invent the wheel from the scratch. And yeah, pretty print again. Next to this file depends on syntax, we can use a Gradle-like syntax. So here we have the use helper function, in which we can still define repositories and dependencies that we know from Gradle. So this is pretty useful for folks already working with plugin development, because this is how you can get some dependencies you are already using in your code into this playground. Yeah, the third possibility for including some external libraries is using so-called line magics. Line magics start with the percentage character and use candy. Candy is a visualization library that we'll use in a second. So yeah, from now on it is already loaded. And we'll simply start using it, but by invoking the plot DSL and passing some basic data there. So here it is already rendered as a nice chart, which is not static, but actually dynamic. So as you can see, when highlighting something, clicking around, it is already interactive. I'm not fluent in Candy, but for sure, if you are curious how to use this particular library, we have documentation provided in Kotlin notebook and Kotlin documentation pages, so it's easy to Google that. So yeah, many of magic words, but there is one that you should remember, and this is a great starting point for exploring Kotlin notebook, and this is the help command. When we trigger it, we'll get basic information about the JVM version and all kernels and Kotlin versions and available commands. So yeah, help is mentioned in the first place. And then there are, again, class path and vars commands, which we'll explore right now. What is class path? This one is printing all jars or all libraries that we have currently in the current Kotlin notebook class path. So we can figure out what is available, what we can use in code cells. So if we try to search for candy, as you can see, it is already here because we have loaded this library few cells earlier, and it is in time growing as soon as we execute more and more code. For figuring out what we also have available for our cells, there is this vars, so variable state command, which is rendering some variables names that we defined or were defined by libraries we loaded. And for example, here we have this counter set to 106, and this is the current state. If we increase it again and call vars again, this value will change. And yeah, before I will not print help again, just going a bit above. The next section is magics, so those use magics. There is a full list of all features that are available for you when working with Kotlin notebooks and supported libraries. So Candy is somewhere here, but we have multiple other libraries for working with data, with images, HTTP APIs, datetime. There is also Cook for AI agents, and so and so. And those are, in most cases, not only a set of libraries loaded from Maven Central, for example, but also additional DSL helpers, functions, variables, crafted especially for Kotlin notebook purposes. One of those integrations, probably, okay, we can see it here, is IntelliJ platform. And this is something I would like to showcase you as well. How we can use it for plugin development purposes, for creating proof of concepts. So this is where the magic begins. As soon as we execute the use IntelliJ platform, we will get this error. And this is something that I wanted to show you because Kotlin Notebook is executed in a running JVM. So it is creating some, let's call it JVM environment, in which the code is simply executed. So on the top of Kotlin Notebook, you can see a dropdown with an option of run in a separate process. If you click it, there is another option, run in IDE process. And what does that mean? Well, we will simply start running the code in the current IDE. So again, when we load this integration, it is already correctly loaded. How to prove this is the current IDE? As mentioned before, the IntelliJ platform integration is exposing not only dependencies, libraries, so dependency on the current IDE. So under the hood, it is resolving the location of the current IDE, going into the lib directory and picking proper jars in the same way the IntelliJ platform Gradle plugin is doing for development. So this is exactly the same approach, but using the current IDE, so nothing extra is downloaded. And it is exposing some basic global variables like product info or IDE path. So here you can see I'm running the IntelliJ IDEA in version 2025.3 with my local installation path in applications. Okay, but the question number one is always how to get the current project. To make things simpler, we are exposing current project helper. So as soon as we run it, we can see the project name. So this is exactly the same project that we are using for showcasing this integration. Its location and project file, etc., etc. So this is a regular project instance that you know it from plugin development, because it is exactly the same variable. We can try printing it here. So yeah, this is how it's rendered to string. If we start typing here, yeah, you can see a well-known fields available in this project instance. Easy pose, message bus, and everything that is basically available for plugin development. So yeah, why it's revolutionary? Let me just render again this. I'm not sure if the font isn't too small. I will read it aloud anyway. So yeah, you can use Kotlin Notebook with IntelliJ platform integration for making things way faster, because in a traditional way, you need to create a project from template or wizard within the IDE, adjust plugin XML file, build a plugin, run IDE with the run IDE task, test changes, and repeat the cycle. And it takes time, especially when you work on UI. With Kotlin Notebook, you just need to use IntelliJ platform instruction, write the code below, execute the cell, and see the results immediately. And yeah, reiteration is way shorter comparing to regular approach. And what about seeing the results immediately? Above, I've explained that we can render plain text or HTML or images right below the code cell. Here, note that some code is red, and this is by purpose. We can render also UI components. So when we run it, we'll see that there is some unresolved reference to columns and text functions. With Alt-Enter, we can import missing stuff, run it again. So below, we can see rendered UI interface, using the UI interface, rendered UI, which is dynamic, still dynamic. So yeah, those fields are responsive. We can start typing here. Buttons are executing the code. So here we are defining a button to shake the IDE. And yeah, this funny helper will shake our IDE. Yep, I believe it is visible during the presentation. So yeah, we can see results right away. So here, run it again and shake it again. So yeah, the feedback loop is really short here. Kotlin Notebook is also respecting the EDT, so event dispatch thread, because some actions related to UI are supposed to be executed in UI. And here we are using the run in EDT helper to invoke something in EDT. Simple as that. And yep, it shows dialog, which we can close, and everything works. We can still adjust that to error icon, and from now on it will be error. Okay, but you may say that this is not enough for plugin development. That's true. We can still do way more than that. We can register actions. So here I have a snippet for registering action in the current IDE. Okay, that's unexpected but expected. I'm on EAP release still. But here, as you can see, we can search for this action already. So it was correctly registered in IDE, and it displays, it is executing this show info message with the text you can see in code cell. Yeah. Next, loading plugins. By default, we start with just a plain IntelliJ platform basic libraries, which are basic, and we can still load bundled plugins, bundled modules, or plugins that are currently installed in the IDE. So we are not playing here with resolving something extra from Marketplace, but instead to make it solid and do not play with your current IDE permanently, we are referring to the current state of IDE. So here we are loading Java plugin, Kotlin plugin, and Git for IDEA. Still, everything that I have installed, even third party, can be loaded here. To do that, we can simply print all the stuff using Plugin Manager Core, because this is the starting point for all the knowledge about plugins. Yeah, with another use magic data frame, we can have all the output in a pretty nice format with cells, and we can explore all plugins available for us for development. What to do with that? We can load, for example, AI Assistant plugin, register an extension point it is exposing. So here is some chat agent extension point name, and in the actual, okay, we have a lot here. In actual plugin, we can use our custom implementation. And yeah, let's try it out. And it is responding to us with the answer that I expect to have. Okay, but we are modifying everything. Should we restart IDE? No, we just need to restart kernel. Everything is back to red, but let me just quit it. Everything we added to IDE is also gone. So all the implementation we did got disposed. So we need to load the IntelliJ platform again. And this magic happened because, well, thanks to Disposer. To quickly showcase you that, this code created tool window. When we expected. Well, with notebook disposable, things should get disposed immediately, meaning restarting applies some additional effects, and we can use disposer register to remove something from your current instance. Okay. Here, best practices to summarize everything. Restart kernel after modifying project codes, run everything again, and remember that execution order matters. So if you rerun everything at once with this button, remember that it will be executed as it was placed. Run in EDT for threading and UI operations, and remember EDT doesn't forgive. To clean up your mess, you're supposed to use notebook disposable, and basically use load plugins for loading third-party or bundled plugins and modules. Everything is limited to your current state, current IDE, and basically, yeah. This notebook file is not published yet, but we can do it with the create gist button, and I will do it right now. So yeah, we can view it in browser. It will still be rendered properly in browser as we can see it here, but instead of pasting that right in the chat, I will just ask to create a QR code image with following link. So yeah, it is generating some code cells. As we can see, it's using ZXING library. And yes, let's accept that. Run it one by one for to make sure it works properly. But okay. What a surprise. This morning it was working correctly. So this is probably yeah, how demos are supposed to work. Render QR. I have it again. Was that render? Okay, this B was here with us. We are almost there. Yep, it is here. So from now on, you can scan the QR code, but I will share the link in the chat anyway. So thank you very much.
That was lovely. Thank you very much, Jakub.
Thank you.
So I think we should have some questions. If not, we can principally just discuss the implications here. We have 5 minutes left. So I'm sure most of you will know Python notebooks, the concept of notebooks and basically doing work and documenting it in the cells between and then running cells, right, is really, really old. I think it goes back to 1988. Wolfram Mathematica had it first. I'm sure at least that's what Stephen Wolfram always claims, but I'm pretty sure it was one of the first instances. And basically the success of notebooks are pretty obvious because we see working on prototypes and doing quick work in Python and a Jupyter notebook is basically everyone knows about that. And as you saw on the presentation of Jakub, it's really nice if we have the same thing where we can basically work with the IDE in a notebook and evaluate code that directly affects the tool you're working in. And this could be a very nice addition to prototyping features and stuff for plugin development. So does anyone have a question about that? Otherwise, I would go ahead and ask one. So, Jakub, one of the things you did was all using these magic things, these use things and stuff, right?
Right.
So, are they documented already correctly? Because I haven't checked the documentation. I just saw some examples and played around with examples.
Yes, they are. If I would search for Kotlin notebook use magics, probably they will appear. So yeah, basically use documentation or AI for 2 times.
Yeah. So the other question I would have is, so we saw that it's pretty hot right now, and not everything works, and it's kind of expected because it's pretty new. So as a normal user, right? Can I use it right now to prototype stuff? What do I have to do? Do I have to use an EAP version and so on and so forth?
The blog post I have posted in the chat was based on the 2025.2 already. So since that version, everything should be already stable. Now I'm using EAP release, so something changed overnight because I'm still on the nightly build. But with the 2025.3 release, again, we expect to have everything to work solid. So yeah, basically get the latest stable IDE, create new notebook with file new Kotlin notebook, or even in the welcome screen, there is this on the left side, projects, settings, and also Kotlin notebooks. So I can use that as a starting point as well.
That sounds good.
So yeah, if IDE is stable, Kotlin notebook and IntelliJ platform integration is supposed to be stable as well.
So that basically leads directly to the call to action to the audience, right? So please try it out, play around it with this. Tell us what doesn't work. Tell us what works. Give us nice examples, right? So that we know basically what to work on and what doesn't work and what works and how you want to use that.
Exactly. And if we have still a few minutes, well, the lunch break will be a bit shorter, but I can show you that. Well, in the blog post and documentation, we have this repository linked, and there are examples. And yeah, in those examples, there is a bunch of code. I'll just run it. Keep your fingers crossed it works. No.
Yeah, but we got a question to just gloss over the error. I know Robert. Okay, so first let's comment on Robert's. So Robert already said. Robert said that Donald Knuth actually introduced literate programming, and it was called C Web and C Weave, and it was for C, where you could basically combine it with your LaTeX code for documenting your code. And actually, that was the very first plugin I worked on in probably 2005 to 2010. I'm not sure. So, but we got a question from Roman, who asked, what is the expected workflow of the production of the prototypes written in the notebook as a plugin that can be shared with others?
That's a good question. Well, we can still prototype something in the notebook, even if it is just a simple UI or implementation of extension points. And then having this code, we can start copy-pasting it to actual project. So you can use plugin template of ours hosted on GitHub, or create a new project from IDE Wizard and move the code in proper places. That part, I hear that's can be tricky, but with AI agents, some people are skeptics, some are not, but they are actually really helpful in working on something that is already in place. So you are not making something up, but you have the scaffold, you have the code you want to use, and you can mix it and put in proper in the production ready version as a standalone plugin instead of Kotlin notebook scaffold.
I think one of the two major points where this could be helpful that I see right now is first, prototype something quickly, try out a feature or an extension point and see how it behaves and what you need to do to implement it correctly. That's the first application. And the second one is we could share examples pretty easy about how to use features with a Kotlin notebook. Because as Jakub said, you don't need a whole project. You just need a small notebook that you can evaluate directly in your IDE. And then you see what happens and how a feature is used, right?
Yeah, exactly. And because we are expecting to have Compose UI available soon, next year, I will, I hope Kotlin Notebook will catch up with that as well. So as a result, we'll be able to render Compose UI immediately and share that with others. So whenever a team will work on plugin internally or for to make it public in marketplace, they will be, well, it will be easier to share the knowledge and prototype interface, for example, with this brand new technology, UI framework.
Yeah. So with that, I want everyone to go off to have some lunch break. We will have some. We will reconvene in 25 minutes, 1:30 European time. So this is something else in UTC, I'm sure. So see you all back in 25 minutes and have a good lunch. Welcome back.
Mhm. Yes, we appeared.
Oh, there's the cat.
There's the cat.
All right, everyone.
Nice.
I hope everyone had a nice lunch. So, next speaker, Jakub, it's your turn, actually.
It's my turn.
It's your
Okay.
turn.
Okay, it's my turn. So the next speaker that we're going to have today with us is Tommaso. Oh my God, I'm sorry.
Gionfriddo, and I hope I didn't butcher that.
We'll ask Tommaso to correct
Yes,
us.
we will ask him right now.
Okay, and his talk will be about building in constrained environments, lessons from YouTrack apps.
Hello, Tommaso.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Can you say your name for us?
Yeah, no, you got it. You got it pretty right. Yeah, Tommaso Gionfriddo.
That's great. I mean, it sounds a bit Italian, the name.
It sounds a lot more Italian than I sound. That's for sure.
But then you have a really strong Australian accent, which is pretty great. Yeah, lovely. Okay, Jakub, should we jump right in?
Yes. Well, let's not.
Let's not waste anything.
Yeah.
Tommaso, the floor is yours. Pretty good to have you here. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, no, thank you both. So obviously, as we just mentioned, my name is Tommaso Gionfriddo. I'm the director and the principal engineer at Adeptask. I've been working in the project management tools consulting space for about 6 years now. And I specialize in technical solutions and generally do my best to take software that an organization already has and origami it into solving problems that it really wasn't designed to solve. Now, around 6 months ago, I started Adeptask. We're a JetBrains consulting partner. We're YouTrack certified, and that was our goal, was to build apps for YouTrack. In a time where, seemingly every project management tool is cloud only and pushing all of these new unused features instead of fixing bugs in the years old features, YouTrack really came to me as a breath of fresh air. And now I'm working full time developing solutions for YouTrack. And that's really what we're going to be talking about today. We're going to be talking about our journey, Adeptask's journey to building what we consider production-ready YouTrack apps. Now, on paper, these apps are not particularly special or complex from a technical perspective. And for most of the developers who are listening and watching, you're going to think that some of these problems are a bit simpler. And I'll talk a little bit about why I think they're still interesting at the end. Really, it's the constraints that are imposed by the YouTrack platform that I think make these problems so interesting. I'm going to talk about some of the challenges that we've faced and how we overcame them with some creative thinking. And perhaps if you're not going to apply these to your YouTrack apps, you may still even find some inspiration for solving some problems in your own projects. So let's talk about building an app. Now, before starting to build our YouTrack apps, it was important that we revisit our understanding of what's important in a software product. In particular, we needed to adjust to the fact that we weren't just building a software product, like a normal piece of software that exists on its own, but an app within YouTrack. Now, YouTrack apps are somewhat different from other software products because they're always accessed from within YouTrack. For example, when you're building a traditional bit of software, you could choose to design the UI however you'd like. For example, here's the Spring Pet Clinic example a lot of you are familiar with. But if we did that with a YouTrack app, it'd stick out like a sore thumb. That's because we need to think about where the software is existing, and then we need to conform to those constraints. Now this is not objectively a bad thing, and particularly in this screenshot, we get a lot of contrast, and you might be thinking, hey, that's a great way to make my product stand out from the crowd, and that's fair enough. But that's why it was important for us to identify these considerations up front and then make decisions about them before we started building. Now, I'm a long-time consumer and purchasing stakeholder of similar software products in the form of mainly the Atlassian tools. And these are the following. These are the some of the key areas that I've found to be most impactful to my users and my stakeholders' perceptions of an app. This is the user perception or user experience. Like, what are their thoughts? How do they feel about the app? The security. So there's a bunch of security things that we need to think about, and the administration complexity. Now, the app ecosystem is very new. The YouTrack app ecosystem is very new, and now is the time to nurture it. They say first impressions count. And so it's paramount that the YouTrack apps that we release are good, not just for our business, but for the YouTrack ecosystem as a whole, right? If the first 20 YouTrack apps come out are terrible, then that's going to set a bit of a precedent. People might look at the beginning and they might say, oh, what's this? Oh, they're crap. Well, we just might not look again, right? So it's important that we put in a bit of effort, or at least that's how we feel about it. So if we think about user perception, I call these cohesiveness and user experience. User experience, that's pretty standard. Cohesiveness, well, we're thinking about how does the app fit in within the larger context of YouTrack. Does it look like it belongs, or does it look like that pet clinic example that I showed before? And security, we've got some things to consider. Isolated environments, so YouTrack can be run as on YouTrack server. That means it can be installed and hosted on any server environment, and those environments may not be connected to the internet. So our applications need to be able to run without an internet connection, or at least without a connection from the YouTrack server to the internet. And that'll cause a whole bunch of problems later on. There's also data residency requirements, kind of the same as the first, but if we're hosting any data, then we need to consider the data residency requirements of our potential customers. And there's also just the vendor trust. We need to not come across as, well, ideally, we don't want to come across as a traditional SaaS application company where we're saying, hey, give us all your data. We're going to charge you a lot to then give us your data. And then you've got to hope that we store it correctly, and so on and so forth. And administration complexity, we need to keep things easy to maintain, easy to support. License management is tricky, and understanding ROI is tricky. We're not really going to cover these today, but it was a consideration worth making. And yeah, cool. So now that we know what we need to keep in mind while building our app, let's look at our constraints. So this is the anatomy of a YouTrack app. They're structured similarly to most modern web apps. We've got a front end, a back end, and a data layer. But I wouldn't really be doing this talk if it was actually that simple. See, pretty much every part of a YouTrack app is sandboxed from the rest of YouTrack. This sandbox is both a blessing and a major pain point when we're developing these apps. So on the one hand, we're severely limited in how we can manipulate YouTrack's UI and data, and that limits our options for design and functionality. But on the other hand, we are severely limited in how we can manipulate YouTrack's UI and data, which limits our ability to accidentally break our customers' YouTrack sites, leak their credentials and data, and perform actions to data in ways that would break their auditability requirements and other things like that. That's not to say that we have no responsibilities when building our apps, but YouTrack customers can be confident that YouTrack provided safeguards will be in place, regardless of the laziness of the individual app devs. And that helps provide a base level of security confidence to our customers. Now, let's look at some of the problems. Actually, before we do, so we'll quickly just talk through the anatomy. So yeah, we've got kind of your standard web app, but the sandboxing works like so. Essentially, from the front end, the UI, we have app widgets, and they're embedded into the YouTrack UI in a sandboxed iframe. YouTrack applies some modifications to the code that is inserted into the iframe, and that allows it to then communicate, allows these sandboxed apps to communicate with YouTrack via post message, and that allows YouTrack, our apps, to speak to YouTrack and send requests to YouTrack's backend without actually ever needing to touch any authorization, which is great because it means that we don't ever have to think about it. Then the backend, we've got JavaScript for running YouTrack workflows. That's what they traditionally were. That's JavaScript running on the JVM. Now, this JavaScript doesn't have access to much of like modern JavaScript features that we'd know. It's not running Node.js. It's not a web. It's not a browser-based thing, obviously. So we don't have access to crypto. That's the main. It's the main issue. The main thing that we miss. Our backend for our apps is stateless, so we don't get any persistent memory between API calls. Yeah, that's the main things. We also can't from within the app backends, we can't hit the YouTrack REST API, and the JavaScript API is mostly read only. There's only a few bits of data that we can actually manipulate, which again, great, but it does make things a little trickier. Cool. And finally, database access. There's no direct database access. Our only two options for storing data in our apps is either to store it in what are called extension properties, which allows us to basically define kind of keyed. Yeah, it's basically a key value store that we can apply to different entities in YouTrack. We need to define each extension property manually, and then we can only store a specific kind of set of data in that. Or our other option is to store it on the YouTrack issues and articles themselves. Now that's pretty useful, but like works pretty well. But we'll talk about some problems that we encounter later on. Cool. So we're now armed with enough knowledge and requirements to go build some apps. So let's talk about what went wrong. So the first problem I want to tackle here also happens to be the very first thing that happens with essentially all software, and that's loading. Yeah, I'm going to talk about a problem that's plagued the web for much longer than I've been alive. It's not something that we encounter too often anymore, but I'm sure any of you that were around, using the internet in the kind of early 2000s and maybe late 2010s would be familiar with FOUC. Flashes of unstyled content. And it's certainly something I'm very familiar with now, and I'll explain why. So here's what loading an app looks like in YouTrack. Okay, so once the YouTrack page is finished loading, but while the widget is still loading, the area where the widget's going to be rendered is filled with a loading indicator. Now, the size of this loading indicator is either just kind of guessed for you by YouTrack, or it's set by a specified dimension that you set when you create when you define the properties of your app widget. Now, this loading indicator will be displayed until the widget's entry point HTML has been received from the server. And once the HTML has been received, then YouTrack will transform the HTML with some custom tags and whatnot, as we described before, and then it'll put the iframe into the page, replacing this loading indicator. If your app's a simple HTML file with just some vanilla JavaScript and CSS, then so like there's examples provided in the YouTrack documentation, for example, then you'll probably see your app instantly appear after the loading indicators disappear, something like this. Right? We saw that loading indicator, then the app appeared. However, most apps aren't this simple. For example, our apps use React, Ring UI, TypeScript, and they're built with Vite. We use a lot more libraries than that, but these are the main ones that kind of come in here and cause some, I'm not going to say problems, but it is a problem in this case. And yeah, this is where we start to run into some problems. So here's an example entry point, HTML for one of our apps. This is one of our older apps, article presentations for YouTrack. This is what the entry point looks like once built with Vite. So we wouldn't write it like this. Obviously, we're not manually writing our JavaScript files and giving them a little hash at the end. Yeah, if you're familiar with HTML, you can probably look at this code and understand that nothing's going to be displayed on the page because there's nothing in there. until that JavaScript is loaded, and then perhaps that JavaScript is going to do something, and that's exactly the case. So until React begins placing content on the page, it'll remain visibly empty. And so the widget's iframe will just default to being displayed as a white block. Because all of the app's JavaScript is deferred, it's a module script, because it's deferred until after the HTML has been rendered, we're going to be stuck looking at a blank white box. Somewhat like this. We get the loading indicator, it disappears for a sec, and then we get the app. And that's not really a problem. It was not that big a deal. Like, it didn't look that bad, right? But it does get worse when we haven't defined the dimensions of our app. We'll see here as the content of the page kind of swipes in to cover the spot where it's disappeared, and then it pops back out again. And it is absolutely the worst in dark theme. Bang, we get a big white splash of white, and then the app loads. And here's an example in the real UI where we can see all of the problems really come to life at once. There we go, we can see the app loads, we get a flash of white, and then the actual content of the app loads. So how do we get around this? Well, our first solution was to just do our best to cover up the problem, not actually fix it. And this just meant adding styles to the entry point HTML, ideally in a way that would look nicer than a flash of white. So we take our old entry point from something like this with a white output, and then we apply some color, maybe a gradient, something that ideally looks good in both the white and the light and dark theme. We used this for a bit. It looks okay in the light theme. It looks okay in the dark theme. Wasn't great, but it wasn't terrible. And this approach meant that although we always have a flash of color, even in the white theme where we didn't have that before, we're at least able to control what is in that flash and choose colors that feel a bit more intentional. Ultimately, we then chose to add a different gradient and add our app's logo, as well as an indicator saying what was going on in the app. So initially the loading would start, there'd be just text saying loading, and then in the code, we're able to grab onto that text and and provide an indication of here's how things are going. We're loading settings, we're loading locales, etc., etc. Cool. So let's look at the more unconventional solution. So whilst that option was better than a flash of white, we found that it wasn't ideal. It didn't look great. And so while we were trying to come up with a better solution, I thought back to my first released app, Better Backlog. Now, when I wrote that, I had very little experience with Vite, and I made an absolute mess of the build process. I was unable to get the app to load just at all. I was unable to find the JavaScript that was bundled, all sorts. But I did find that if I simply bundled the entire application, all of the JavaScript, all of the CSS, everything, into a single HTML file, it worked no problem. And so that's what I did because, I was sick of troubleshooting it. It looks something like this, right? Instead of having all of our JavaScript, CSS, etc., you got one index file, one HTML file. And then I thought about it and I went, oh, why don't we just do that for all of our apps, right? And surprise, surprise, it works, right? We can see here the app loads. This GIF takes quite a while to repeat, but the app loads, we get no flash of color, and it's all perfect. And that's because the JavaScript is able to run as soon as the HTML file is loaded. There's no additional fetching that needs to be done. Interestingly, because each app resource, so every JavaScript file, CSS file, HTML, etc., generally takes the same amount of time to be requested and received from the server, from the YouTrack server, and isn't cached. We can't cache any of these files. We actually reduce the overall loading time of our apps drastically. In some cases, we found each of the additional resources to take up to 3 times longer than the initial HTML file. So we might start with a HTML file that that index HTML file maybe takes 300 milliseconds. We could have had then each JavaScript file taking maybe 500 milliseconds to 600. Like, yeah, we were able to reduce the loading times actually quite substantially as a result, as we can see here. And that's a little example. Cool, let's move on to our next loading problem, which is the app actually loading its content once it's going. So once it's done loading the files, it needs to now start loading data from the back end. We've got a few different steps here. It needs to register the app widget with YouTrack. It needs to pull settings, needs to pull locale files, and it needs to pull the license status. Then it needs to perform any app-specific data. So everything prior to get app-specific data, that is just built into our app framework that we've made. Now, anyone looking at this that's thought much about loading before has probably already noticed that what I'm describing is a classic waterfall pattern. And because each of these steps is performed sequentially, the loading time for the entire widget is equal to the sum of the loading times for each step. Unfortunately, this is not particularly avoidable because each of the steps kind of relies on the previous step. So if we can't shorten the waterfall by parallelizing the steps, then our next best option is to shorten the loading time for each step. But how can we do that? Well, if we take a look, we can see that the register the app widget step takes 2 milliseconds. I think that one's fine. We can leave that. But we can see that the settings, the internationalization, license status, and the OAuth tokens an app-specific setting, app-specific step. We can see they all take around about the same amount of time. And that's because there's some latency that is introduced by the YouTrack app backend, which just no matter what code you're running on the backend, it's going to take at least, in our testing, about 100 milliseconds, and depending on the time of day. And we actually found it could go up to about 500 milliseconds. So what I've just said is we can't reduce the time that each of these requests takes either. So where are we getting? What are we getting at? Right? How are we going to reduce this? Well, caching. Now, these loading steps are performed every time the apps widget is loaded. And if you're clicking through a list of issues, trying to find one, the right one, for example, then that means loading the settings, locales, license information, et cetera, once per widget per issue. And that would make sense if the data was constantly changing. But how often are you planning to change your app settings, for example? Not that often. So, well, we can put a caching header onto our responses. And that's what we do. We stick a cache header, cache control, give it an age, maybe a short age, and then use a revalidation, set it to revalidate. So this example, we cache it for a minute and allow revalidation for 3 hours. What that means is for the first minute after it's initially loaded, it's just going to use the cache result, no questions asked. We do want the app to be fairly responsive though. So we then set for another 3 hours, we stale while revalidate. And that means that it'll use the cached value, and then it'll also refetch from the server just to say, is it still the same value? That means at worst, let's say you change a setting and you've still got a cached value. At worst, you'll just have to reload the page once after you've changed that value, and then you'll have the new values. So whilst caching does nothing for the worst case load time of an app, it does significantly improve the subsequent loads. We saw a reduction in the best case loading times, which is also the most common loading times, of up to like way over 90% for each step with this caching in place. You can see here, we go from an average of nearly 500 milliseconds of loading to 31. And here we can see in the UI, there we go. We can see a really, really fast load. Cool. So why is this important, right? You're probably going, look, these millisecond improvements are tiny, right? And they are, but they actually represent a pretty substantial user experience improvement, particularly when we look at the future of YouTrack app adoption. So browsers can only support a certain number of concurrent connections. And if the maximum number of concurrent connections is reached, then each additional request will need to wait until the ongoing request is finished. That shouldn't be a problem for individual apps, but as YouTrack apps become more widely used and customers begin installing more of them, we run the risk of oversaturating our current request capacity and causing delayed loading for all of our apps. This is especially a concern for apps which are displayed on issues, as that's going to be quite common. We'll have lots of apps displaying on issues and you'll be flicking through them. It's going to just really hit a lot. Here's a little example I have where the same app is loading 8 times on a single page, and you'll see that it's really quite slow. Yeah. Cool. So that's the loading. Now let's quickly talk about storage. Yeah, the really fun stuff. So in our upcoming app, SharePoint OneDrive connector for YouTrack, we need to follow an OAuth 2.0 auth code with PKCE flow to allow our users to connect between YouTrack and SharePoint. And we do that so that they don't have to generate any API tokens and we don't have to handle them. Great. Now, in the case of the Microsoft OAuth, they provide us a short-lived access token and a refresh token, and these have an expiry of 24 hours. And now normally we would store them, we'd store these tokens, JWTs. These aren't, anyway, we store them locally in a cookie or something. That means that each time we move to a different page, we can still have that token and we don't have to run the OAuth process again each time. But unfortunately, app widgets are sandboxed inside iframes without any storage access. So without any browser storage access, we have no way to store the app data, any app data locally. So what are our options? Well, with no ways to store the access tokens locally, we have 2 options: store them on the server or don't store them. Now, not storing them, that's a really simple option, but it would introduce a massive problem, which is the user would have to re-authenticate or go through the OAuth flow every single time they want to use the app. And for an app that is supposed to provide at-a-glance information on your issues, that's going to be a pain. That's just not possible, not feasible. So cool, our only option is to store them server-side. Now we store this for a bit, store them in an extension property on each user. Great, it works fine. And then we send it to them when they request it. And yeah, it worked, but we weren't happy with the idea of turning YouTrack into a repository for an entire organization's SharePoint tokens. There didn't really seem to be another option. We started looking at implementing encryption and blah, blah, blah. But then while I was implementing the caching for the app settings, I had an idea. If we do things the wrong way, well, what do we know? We know that we can send data to the backend in a request. Our backend can access data it receives in a request. Our backend can respond with any data that it has access to. And then we can cache responses from a request to our backend. So what if we make the request to the backend and then include access tokens in the request? Essentially, then when the backend receives our request, simply returns the access token back to us, tells the browser how to cache the response. And so the next time we'd like to access token, we can simply make a request to the backend and then use that cache value instantly. Essentially, can we use the HTTP cache as a database? Now, I'm a little low on time, so I'm going to skip through some of the naive attempts. Essentially, a GET request isn't going to work because the only way to include data in a GET request is to put it in the query parameters. And when we change the query parameters, we also change which cache we're going to access, which cached value. So the only way to access that cached value would be to have the access token already. And at that point, there's no point requesting it. As we can see there, foo does not equal bar. So next option, we can post it, right? We can put it in the body of a post request. Well, no, post requests are not cached by the browser. So the nail's in the coffin, right? It's not possible to hijack the HTTP cache to use it as a database. Always give up, right? With a newfound respect for and a mild frustration at the browser security, I gave up. Wanting a break from tackling problems, I started to inspect the network traffic involved in general YouTrack use. Sometimes when things aren't working, it's fun to watch things that are. And then I saw a header in one of the requests, YouTrack user Tom, and that's not a standard header, right? You wouldn't see that anywhere outside of YouTrack, and that's because we can define custom headers. And so I thought, hey, what if we pass it as a header? And that's exactly what we did, right? So we can pass some data as a header, and then we can send it. So we can pass the data as a header in our request, our GET request, to the backend. Backend can read the header. It can then echo it back to us, as we see here, and then we can just make the same request without the header, and we'll still get the same response. We've now used the HTTP cache as a database. Cool. Now, you're probably wondering if storing tokens like this is secure, and the answer is no. And so you probably shouldn't do it. So why am I mentioning this? Well, yeah, it's not great for secure, like for sensitive data, but we can use this for more ephemeral, less important information. For example, right, we can just use it for arbitrary data. We can basically, what if we create, we have an API that is, basically it's a database that's keyed by the query parameter that you send to it. So, for example, if we make a call to the local cache with the storage key of foo, then the next time you make a request to storage key foo, you're going to get your cached response, and you'll get a different one if you make a request with storage key bar. We've essentially created a database, a quick access database. It takes a bit longer to write. It takes however long the time to send a response, send and receive a response to the backend is, but the read times, provided the values are still there, going to be in the milliseconds, like single-digit milliseconds. And why is this helpful? Well, before for our developers, if they wanted to store some data, they had very few options, right? The complexities of storing, particularly something temporary, like let's say we want to check is a tab selected or not. We just want to keep some like reactive UI state. Well, for a front-end developer to do that, they're going to have to get a new user extension property saved somewhere. They're going to have to create two new HTTP handlers. Those are API endpoints. They're also going to have to then accept that they're going to wait for a response, which means the UI has to be paused or something so that the user can't click it or whatever. We're going to wait for the server, and that's another backend request to add to that stream of concurrent request max, like that we've got the maximum of. Now, the only thing we really need to think about is our key unique? So to wrap things up, building YouTrack has been, I would say, one of the most creatively challenging experiences of my career, and probably in many ways some of the most educational. The constraints, the sandboxing, the missing APIs, and the visual weirdness, they force us to solve problems that for basically every other platform have already been solved. And I think that's really a lot of fun. Thank you all for listening to me talking about loading and HTTP caches for 30 minutes. I hope some of you are still awake. And thanks to JetBrains and the YouTrack team for continuing to build project management software that allows us to own our own data. If you'd like to chat more about YouTrack apps, DevTask, or anything else, feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn or contact me via the DevTask website. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So before I let Jakub talk, because he knows much more about web dev, and I hate it for passion, but what I really admire is that you're scraping off some time to make it more performant, because that's one of the complaints I also have in today's web app based world, where everything is a web app, starting from your chat client to TradingView, right? And it always feels like I got a big graphics card here. I got a horribly large computer, and it still feels sluggish. So
right, thank you. No, I echo your sentiment there, 100%.
Micro optimizations. This is just a part of the web dev game. been there. That's why I'm involved in JVM for 5 years. Yeah,
Awesome.
really. Well, when you mentioned all the React.js libraries and other stuff you have to load, and I bet there is many of them. There are many of them. Well, I just got goosebumps. What about CSP, Content Security Policy? Is YouTrack even allowing you to load something from external resources right now, or you're uploading everything to YouTrack?
Everything goes into the bundle. I actually haven't tried loading from a we haven't really tried loading from a CDN or anything, and that's part of the. It's because we want the apps to be able to run without an internet connection. It is highly unlikely that our apps end up, like even the users end up without a proper internet connection. But just keeping it entirely bundled with the app ensures that it will always work, and that's a big part of what we want with our apps, is for it to just always work.
Yeah, that's great. Well, I never dived into YouTrack apps at all. Really, I tried, but no, I don't even try. I will not lie. But
they're really new.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Do you have any experience with our competitors, like Atlassian things? Well, apps from Atlassian.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, I was primarily an Atlassian, so Jira admin for the majority of my career. And so spent a lot of time working with the Atlassian apps, with apps from Atlassian. They've renamed anyway. Built some both for both their data center and their cloud platforms. And certainly it's quite different. They've put, I mean, they're much more mature ecosystems. But what I'm really loving about YouTrack's app ecosystem is that it's kind of the perfect middle ground. The apps run on both cloud and server. It's the same build for both. And that means that we don't have to, on server build these behemoth Java apps for doing something tiny. On cloud, we don't have to build SaaS applications and keep everyone's data on cloud, which is kind of ideal, right? I don't want to have to touch anyone's data. I don't have to host it. That shouldn't be my problem, but it kind of becomes it when you work with some of the other app platforms of the other competitors.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, we are a bit, we are heading 2:10 CET time, which means we have another talk around the corner. But Patrick, Raffles?
Yeah, Raffles. I think Tommaso stays, and Tommaso does the countdown from 5 to 0. Okay. Are you ready, Jakub? So we're doing another raffle. We will post the question in chat. The first two answers, and who did not already win, will get a package from JetBrains. So, Tommaso, please just count down from 5 to 0, and then it goes up.
Sure. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Okay.
Lovely. So the question is, what term describes reusable build steps introduced in TeamCity to simplify CI/CD pipelines? First answer, actions. Second, recipes. Third, workflows. And the fourth is add-ons.
Okay. Who knows the answer? Tommaso, do you know the answer? It's not your area of expertise.
You know what? I used to have a TeamCity certification. I've forgotten the term though.
So I think the correct answer is 2 recipes.
Exactly.
And I see that correctly that Michal.
Mm-hmm.
Michal, okay. Michal, okay, was the first to answer. So, Michal, please reach out to Marketplace And we will do another one because we forgot the raffle, and this time it's this time it's my turn to count down. So Jakub, you ready?
Ready.
4, 3. I started with 4, right?
Yeah.
4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. It's there.
All right. So if you paid attention to Jakub's first talk, you should know that. Which dependency helper do you use to target IntelliJ? I couldn't even read it out, and the first answers came flying in.
I pinned it to the screen, so you can read it from the screen.
Yeah. So to target IntelliJ IDEA 2025.3 or later. And the correct answer is 1.
1.
And the
Just
winner is
IntelliJ IDEA.
Yeah, just IntelliJ IDEA. So and the winner is Deep. So Deep, if you would reach out to Marketplace, I'm sure we will post the email address again, and then you will get a package. All right, Tommaso, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
It was really nice to have a completely different type and learn something about web dev and focusing on performance. Lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
See you.
Bye.
Thank you.
So the next speaker is Mikhail. We should have Mikhail with us, right? Mikhail Solovev.
Yeah. Hi.
Okay. Hi, Mikhail.
Hey,
so, I see that you're an experienced. I wanted to say old, like me, but I didn't. So you're very
Seasoned.
A seasoned developer with more than 15 years of experience. You already have JetBrains plugins. One is the Perforator, and the other one is Desert, which is an AI-powered, context-driven generation.
Yeah.
And today you want to talk about AI-powered test generation straight from your debugger. And
that's correct.
And this is right up my lane with Rex and AI combination. So I'd say, without any further ado, we give you the floor.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
So, please, the floor is yours.
So I'll probably make some comment about my experience. I'm not programming since a long time. These are my pet projects, Desert and the Perforated plugins, and these are vibe-coded projects. So it will be my vibe coding experience in trying to build the plugins that would help developers. It's the first one is a Desert, and I think I released it 5 to 6 months ago. And I will just probably describe how it works, what was the concept or idea behind it first, and then I share my experience, issues I faced, and the lessons I learned on the way on releasing this plugin. So that was my first one. And I will probably start from how we write unit tests, how developers write unit tests. And usually it consists of 3 parts. The arrange part, where we describe our dependencies, where we say, okay, we have these input values, which we are going to use in our test. We will do something with these values, and these objects we mock, let's say. So in the second part, in the act part, we just describe what we're exactly doing with this values. Yeah, if we have a calculator and we want to add 2 to 3, and then we do the calculator add, let's say. And the last part is assert part, where we check if our actual result is matching the expected result. That's like basics of writing the unit test. And the question is, when we are using the LLMs, the LLMs really has issues of knowing what values to use and what are the dependencies. And sometimes it's just the place where we have a lot of hallucinations and we need to retry and correct just to have a good unit test. So the question is, if the values, input values and the output values are not in the code base, so where we're gonna take them? So what will be our source? And the question is it a good way to predict them, or maybe there is an option to retrieve them from somewhere? So prediction means, yeah, it could be inaccurate because we're just predicting it based on our code base. So if we say it's calculator, okay, it's an easy example, but if it's something more complex, then it could be something tricky, yeah, and then you will just have more iterations to generate your unit test. So what about the retrieval, where we can retrieve this information? And I would say there are two sources or where we can get this information. The first source is human, yeah. So we as developers, we know that we need 2 and 3 and we will get 5. So that's pretty clear. Another source of this information is our runtime of the application. So we can retrieve this information from our debugger, which has all like the call stack. We see how we ended up here in this part of the code, which input values were used, and what are the output values. So it could be an option for us to use a debugger, which is already present in the IDE and contains this information, and use it for the LLMs. So yeah, as you can see here, when you're asking yourself, what should I mock, or LLM is asking itself probably, what should I mock, you can provide this information. So this was your call stack. So you ended up in this method, and previously you called this method with this values. So it could be useful as a context for the unit test generation. And yeah, so the same for the input and output values. So the debugger has answers for this. And I just wanted to have a big picture of how I wanted to build it and what could be useful as a context for the unit test generation. So yes, we have our debugger, as we discussed. We have all our values and dependencies there. We have our build configuration, so we can see which libraries we are using. It could be also very useful when we generate the test. So we are not using some frameworks or libraries which are not used in our project. So we can use the Gradle file to as a context. And our code base, so it's also a good context, which helps LLM to understand what are the dependencies and what sections of the code I should use to create this unit test. So our task is to get all this data, all this context, and maybe make one prompt that would contain all the necessary parts, which would narrow down the hallucination of the LLM, and use an LLM model. So in my case, use the Gemini. It also supports OpenAI and Anthropic model, and then let the model generate the file with test, or update the existing file with some new unit test. And the concept, the idea here is very simple. So it's called dessert because it's debugging and asserting. So it describes the workflow, I think, pretty clear. So that was an idea to call it the dessert. And here is a short demonstration on how it works. I took the sample application from the Kotlin multi-platform. It's gallery where you can apply different filters, and you will see how I use it. I use the plugin to generate tests for this application. So yeah, I put the breakpoint and start debugging. So I want to debug applying the grayscale filter. So I'm running the app in the debug mode, and the debugger stops on this line, and now I can generate tests from the values. And it takes some time for Gemini to respond, of course. And then you have your file, which exactly tests what is supposed to test. Yeah. So if it's a grayscale image at the end. So it's pretty easy, and it's Kotlin multi-platform compatible. So you can also use it for different platforms. I think it's pretty handy. So, and the plugin is available now. So as I said, I released this 5 or 6 months ago. It's available in your ID, and you can also download it from the website. It's an open source project, so everyone could contribute. And it's MIT license, so you can do whatever you want. And you can see here on the screenshots how it works in the basic. So you have your IDE where you can right-click and generate the test. So the only thing you need is just to run this in a debugging mode, which means you need to configure your debugger. So the problem, the technical challenge for me was, even though it's a web-coded project, you need to understand how it would generally work to write the prompt. And the first thing was to understand how I can access the runtime data, so how I can access the debugger. And the IntelliJ platform SDK has this a part, the framework or library, common IntelliJ X debugger. It's an abstraction layer that allows plugin developers to interact with debugging sessions. And basically, it has different layers which you can use to access this data. So first is a X debugger manager, which contains different debugging sessions, as far as I understand. And you can, through this manager, you can access your X debug session, which is current session you use in your debugger. And then the next step is you have an access to your stack frame. And you can see your call stack, and then you can compute children, which means populate the values from the current debugging session into the values. So then you can use it as a context for the prompt. So you can take the real values from the methods you use. You can take the call stack and use it as a text in the prompt that you send to your LLM. And yeah, so there are issues, of course, while web coding the plugin. So of course, it's hallucinating APIs that don't exist. Generic answers, not specific to used versions. So you start building the project, it fails all the time because something just wrong. Yeah, so it's completely random sometimes, and you need to iterate over and over just to make things work. And I try to do some basic things first, and then on top of this, build some additional functionality. So I have some working state I can roll back and try again. And the third thing is missing clear documentation for the X debugger usage. So I found the GitHub project where I looked how it works, just to understand for myself, to validate the output of the model I used. But still, it's a source. It's not just a demos, or it's not that easy for a beginner to start with. So that was my difficulties I faced. And the lesson I learned that it would be great to have the documentation as a context for the LLM to generate the plugin. If you know, or some other developers know, there is a Context7 MCP server, which is basically the database of documentation for different libraries, frameworks, including IntelliJ IDEA Community Edition, which contains this Xdebugger API, which I used, but I didn't use it back then. So that was my issue, that I used ChatGPT. It was even version 4 back then, I think, and it was hallucinating a lot. But if you want to reduce the number of hallucinations and reduce the budget you spend on creating the IntelliJ IDE plugin, I would highly recommend to use the Context7. I think it's free, as far as I remember. It's vector search behind it, so it means that it will find semantically closer pieces of the API, and it will just use it as a context for generating the new code for your IDE. Yeah, so that's the lesson learned for me. And other lessons, I think it's general for the software development right now and vibe coding, is how to reduce the number of, like, the amount of hallucination, and how to build more accurate and more specific software. So, and what could be like what could be a source of the context in general apart from our code base. Yeah, because yes, we build software currently based on what we already have in our code base, but there are a lot of other sources which would be very useful. Same as for human developer, but also for the LLM. So first, of course, it's a source, yeah, as I said, and here the different approaches. Cloud Code, as far as I know from reverse engineered documents, it's using the grep and ls just to navigate through your code base and find the relevant pieces, which it includes into the prompt. Maybe I'm not sure about the Juni. Maybe Juni use PSI, the program structure interface, which is basically a tree to traverse and find the relevant pieces of your code. It could be also a good way of finding the relevant parts. Yes, I'm not sure what currently exists, what navigates and index the code. Maybe there is some semantic search solution, but it's quite challenging right now at the moment, as far as I know. Yeah, what else could be useful is data. So the MCP server that can access your test database and retrieve some values. So for example, if you're generating integration tests, it could be very useful to find some test values, like test products or test users. So that would be also relevant when you build some logic that is based on the current structure of your database. So everything which is related to the database, including your schemas, or including the direct connection to your database and retrieval data from there, that could be also useful. 3, infrastructure. Infrastructure is good if you have like Terraform there, or you have something else that represents your infrastructure. For example, you know your Redis version and you know that this API would work in this Redis version. This could be also valuable information for LLM, so it's not hallucinating too much and giving you something that wouldn't work in your case. Yeah? So it's taking versioning into consideration. 4th is a documentation as a code. Yeah, it makes sense to keep it in the code base and as a context for the new code generation, to give a little, to narrow down again and giving a little bit more insights for the LLM model, how it works without getting deeper into the methods and the code lines. And as I mentioned, context 7 is a great addition to that if you are dependent on some other libraries and frameworks or programming languages. So context 7 contains the up-to-date documentation and can also help you to reduce the budget on generating your code. And the 5th is where I try to focus, is to use the runtime information, which includes a debugger, which I use in a Dissert plugin, which takes the runtime data. There are also, I know that the cursor is also looking into the debugger to get the runtime data to identify the memory leaks and so on. So that could be also helpful when you're trying to generate or refactor the code and make it more performant. Also, observability tools is a great source of context for the LLM, because like what you see locally with your profiler is not the same as you see in production. You have way more use cases. You see what works slow, what affects conversion, and where you have the bottlenecks. Basically, because you have a bigger database in comparison to your local database. Usually, yeah. So it doesn't mean that it's always like this, but usually it is like this. And that could be very useful to get these bottlenecks and the flame graphs and to use it to refactor your code. Also BI tools, which is potentially could be also helpful and to retrieve the information about what the customer journeys are, what the places which are most critical for the conversion and so on. So that could be also very useful. And talking about observability, that's a topic I wanted to start with while talking about my second plugin, which I released about a month ago, which is called Perforator. And yes, as I said, this is a Grafana Pyroscope, by the way. It's a continuous profiling tool, same as New Relic or maybe Datadog or Instano. If you use something of that, I think that's a great help for every developer, because you see how your software behaves in real life and where you have the bottlenecks. So you can use the flame graph view and to identify these bottlenecks. And here is just an example. This is a screen I took from their GitHub repository. So yeah, you can see that there is an example of the application where you can order car or bike or scooter ride, and you can see in this application that we have a car service order car method, which takes most of the time. So this is a place where you want to focus and to improve your performance. And the question is, would it be helpful for developers to see this continuous profiling information in the IDE? And I think yes, it is. It is useful. So it's more visual for you how your code affects the customer experience and where you want to focus your efforts to optimize. Also, would be great to have this information to refactor it with the AI agents. So yes, talking about the plugin, it's called Perforator because of performance, and it was just the name I wanted to use. And this is the workflow, how it works. So I took this Java application, sample Java application, which where you can book the ride, and it collects the Java flight recorder profiling data and exports this data in a Pyroscope, which I think stores it in a pprof format. And with the Perforator, I retrieve this data over API in pprof, and then I render it in the IDE itself, in the IntelliJ IDEA. And I show this labels with a red or silver, showing this is the places where it takes most of the time, and these are places where it's okay. I also added integration for Google Cloud Profiler. It's the same concept as a Grafana Pyroscope. The only difference is that Google Cloud Profiler provides API, but it seems like it doesn't work in terms of retrieving the CPU data and memory data. So it gives some general information, but I wasn't able to extract this data, the performance data from there. So I built a smaller version where you can download the profiling information and upload this in the IDE. So Pyroscope, the Perforator is using API to connect to the Pyroscope and retrieve the data, and it's using the file from the Google Cloud Profiler. So you need to go there, download the file, and upload it into the Perforator. So yeah, unfortunately, that's not working with the API for Google, but hopefully they fix it, or maybe I find the way how to make it work, and then I can also edit. So it's very simple to use. It's in the tools, you just fetch profiling data. Previously, you need to configure in the backend settings your API endpoints, your credentials, and what type of data you would like to retrieve and what will be the time span. But when it's configured, you just fetch profiling data. It will collect all the data for your application for a specific period of time. And then you will be able to see the bottlenecks on this left side from your source code. It's similar to the profiler, which is built into the ultimate version into IDEA, but I had to build it from scratch because it's not part of the community, and just wanted to have this plugin available for everyone. And at the final, you can adjust settings, so you can choose if it's CPU or memory. So you can find how much memory is allocated for specific method, or you can change it to CPU and see what the time used for the specific method and all the methods which are used in this method. And then you can also switch to the CPU time, to the wall clock time in the Google Cloud Profiler. There is some difference, but I will not get deep into this. So yeah, you can define the threshold and you can define the time. So you can say, okay, I need the information, providing information for the last 1 hour, 3 hours, 1 week. And this is my threshold. So I want to IDE to show me all the methods which are above, let's say, 50 milliseconds. Yeah, so that's how it works. And this is the demo. This is the application I used. It's also taken from the GitHub repository of the Grafana Pyroscope. It's basically simulating the ride booking application that works in different regions and collect the profiling data from different regions into Pyroscope server. And my plugin is connecting to the server and retrieves the data and shows all these labels in the IDE. So here is a short video. I think I start with fetch profiling data, and it's the Pyroscope, so you can see, and you can right click on the badge, copy the prompt, and use Juni to refactor this piece of code. And Juni connects to the Pyroscope through the MCP server, so it collects also all the relevant information which is specific to this method. So it's not just taking the information, hey, make this method more performant, but it also takes information, if necessary, from the relevant method and its performance. So I think it's quite useful way and quite efficient way of doing the performance optimization. Yeah, so in case, let's say you have an application and you have an SLO, and you see that you are over your year budget for this month, and you want to invest more time into the performance optimization, make your website respond in a faster time. So you just do this, and it would save you a lot of time, I believe, and I hope. So yeah, another use case is Cloud Code in IntelliJ IDE. So it's a Google Cloud Profiler. You download it from the Google Cloud Profiler, and you upload the data. So you just upload the file here. It will parse it from the PPRO format, and also will render the badges. So you can just right-click, paste the same workflow, paste the prompt, submit the prompt, and let Cloud Code do the stuff for you. So I think here it just suggests improvements. Or you can, in my preferred way, to use Juni. Same approach, copy, apply threshold, paste here, and Juni will just do all the work for you. Will suggest the refactoring. So it's also very, very useful, I would say. Also available right now, as I said, 1 month ago, I released it. I don't have many downloads, but maybe after this event, it will be more. So I hope so. And the cool thing is, it was, so the developer of the Pyroscope, the Grafana Pyroscope, the Ranper, he saw this plugin and he said, "Oh, that's cool. I want to make my own for VS Code," and he released his own for VS Code as being inspired by this plugin. So I'm very proud that my second plugin was already had some influence, and that for me it's a pleasure that it happens. Yes. The issues I faced, as I mentioned, I wanted to reuse the performance badges into of the profiler, which is built into the IntelliJ IDE Ultimate, but I didn't find how I can do this. I think they are not part of the community source, so probably that's correct that I wasn't able to do them, to implement them. So I was able to make them from scratch. And that was, I think, the trickiest part of all the vibe coding part. Yeah, so I think it's better done as in comparison to my badges, because you can see a lot of valuable information, and my version was very simple, but I wanted to start simple. And so making own Gute badges wasn't that easy. So I had to create my own renderer for the icon and use graphics 2D library to draw these badges. And the second step was to implement the annotator, which is waiting. It has a dumper, which means that it's waiting for the indexer to finish indexing the project, so it can identify and map the methods which I take from the flame graph to the methods I have in the project, so I can understand. So the plugin can understand where to render these badges next to which methods. And third was to override the annotate method, which decides which lines needs badges. And yeah, you have the range highlighter where you add this this renderer to. So that was the final step of the logic that renders this. So I think if someone is interested, can have a look into the source code. It's not the best, as I said, it's web coded. So I just wanted to make it work until I focus or spend time on making it really nice and easy for other developers to contribute. But if you're interested right now how it works, you can have a look. And if you have some ideas for your plugins which you want to add some information next to the code, it would be also maybe helpful for you, because there is not much documentation online which you can use to implement something like this. And probably some thoughts I would like to share. The role of IDE, and for me personally, it feels like it's getting more a context manager for the code generation. Yeah, so I was talking about the different sources of the context, not just the code base, but also all the ecosystem, documentation, infrastructure, database, maybe something else, runtime, which I use, and I see that other people go into this direction. So that's probably the next role of IDE, if it's not already a role of IDE, to manage this context and to get all this information, which I think in most of the cases is bigger than the context window, and try to summarize it and put it together in a way that it reduces the budget for the code generation, make it more accurate, and saves time. And while I was developing my plugin, the second plugin, the perforator, I faced the issue that, yes, I want to use the AI agents like Juni or Cloud Code, but I'm not able to send my prompts and trigger the process. So I think it would be very useful. And I think that could be also an addition to my first plugin, to Desert, to let the AI agent to change the code according to the context I give. Maybe I didn't find the way how to do this, but I checked if there are any actions which I can use from the Juni plugin or Cloud Code plugin, and I didn't find it. So that would be a better way, because currently I implement the copy and paste. So I copy the prompt and paste this into the Juni or Cloud Code and let it and submit this prompt. So it would be great if I can do this automatic. That would be my way smoother approach, in my opinion. So I took an action and created tickets to make it happen. So I created a ticket for Juni in the YouTrack, and everyone who is with me and want to have a possibility to send prompts from your plugin to Juni to let Juni do something for you, you can go to this to YouTrack and vote for this, and maybe add your comments that it would be very helpful for you too. Or if you're developing for Cloud Code, it's also an option. You can go to the Anthropic GitHub repository, and for the ticket 7005, you can also vote and add your comment there. It would be very appreciated if you could do this, and if you think that would be valuable for you too, of course. So please vote. Yes, so these projects are open source. They are on GitHub. Everyone who wants can just join and do whatever you want with this. They are under MIT license. So yeah, and this my first 2 plugins. So please don't be too picky about this. So, and of course, everyone who wants to contribute are very, very welcome. Yeah. So I would say that's it from my side. And if you have any questions, I would be glad to answer.
Thank you very much. So we need to hurry up because I have a million questions and I want at least ask one or two. So you were asking about Juni and how it feeds, basically how it gets the context. So we have several things. So until a few weeks ago, that's my up-to-date version, right? Juni was able to read files and get parts of it and include it in the context, but it did not use the PSI to traverse the thing. And I think what you mentioned, we have basically two use cases also for your plugin. So first we have code where you want to create a test from, and you probably want to discover where functions are defined that are used within your stack frame, right? So that's where you would use the PSI for. But also you have probably the thing of discoverability where you say, okay, I need to find a function that does something like that, right? And that's where a vector store comes in and you can compare the vectors. So my question is, and that's a problem in general, we need to include all the information in the context and send everything over. So this is probably the whole stack trace, right? A lot of context values like your variables, and then an unknown amount of code that we need to give basically the LLM to make good decisions, what code to create and what to look at, right? So did you ever think about or run into problems basically where the context is just so big that your tokens explode?
Yeah. In my case, I had just some limits on how many, like what the amount of the data I sent. So the number of the call stack methods which I used. So of course it's I think in some cases it could be fragile, to be honest with you, because it's a first plugin I created, so I wasn't that didn't try to make it perfect. So but in a test I made, it was enough to not to explode and not to break the functionality. So I was even using the Flex version of the Gemini, which was free to use, and that was sufficient enough to provide some input values, the output value, and few methods which were called in a call stack.
Yeah.
But yes, you're right. I mean, again, it's the same point that I was talking about, how to fit all that stuff, all this context into the limited context window. And I know that Google goes in the direction of having big context windows in comparison to other models. But I think at the end, it will be still smaller than everything you can put into. And regarding the vector search, I was wondering if it already exists or somebody is actively working on it. And I thought, okay, that's a very challenging problem, because if you want to, let's say, build embeddings for a method which is less than 4 kilobytes and you use 1,000 embeddings, you have 4 bytes coordinate, then you have 4 kilobytes for less than 1 kilobyte of code, then it will be a higher ratio of space you're using for the vector search. So I was wondering if there is a good solution, which currently JetBrains is working on, that would allow developers to use the vector search and semantically find the relevant pieces of the code.
Yeah, so I can assure you we have something in the oven that I'm probably not allowed to talk about, so I won't do that. But we are aware of the problems, right? And as you can imagine, if you develop plugins, right, you have to base it. So, and if you want AI help in plugin writing, then you have the whole platform code that you probably need to give access to, and then, right, you have, I don't know, 15 million lines of code or 10 million lines of code, right? So we are working on that, and that needs to be solved, and not only for us, for basically everything, right?
Yeah.
Because as soon as you're not working on a medium-sized project where you can pick the information, you're basically really bounded by the context.
Yeah, I'm looking forward. I think that could be very, very helpful.
Yeah. All right, Michael. Thank you very much for your talk. Glad to have you here.
You're well welcome. Thank you.
Come
Thank you
come
very
back again. Yeah.
Thanks for having me. Yeah.
Okay, I think the next step is to bring Matthias on stage, right? So
Good morning.
everyone, welcome Matthias. So Matthias is working in the net advocacy team, and he wrote plugins for, I think, ReSharper. Is that right?
And
Or
Rider. Yeah.
and Rider. Yeah. So Rider. So we thought we just bring another advocate here, and Matthias will basically take over as a host for the next talk. So I give Matthias the stage, please.
Good.
But we should run raffles still.
Yeah, I forgot. I'm sorry. So Matthias, we need to run raffles. So you don't need to do anything except say count from 5 backwards, and Jakub will post the question, and the first who answers correctly in chat will get a package.
Okay, can I also count 1, 2 Polizei?
Yeah, you can also do that if you like.
No. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Be quick.
Be quick. So the question is, which mode do you need to switch to in Kotlin Notebook to enable IntelliJ platform integration? 1, run in debug mode. 2, run in IDE process. 3, run in platform mode. And 4, run in notebook runtime.
Okay.
JetBrains.
Answer is
JetBrains. I wish I was there for that raffle.
Yeah, everyone said JetBrains, and it was good because we do this ourselves.
Okay. The correct answer is run in IDE process. And Christian Schüler.
It's Christian Schüler.
Schüler. Dankeschön. Okay. So.
And I think we shoot another one right after it.
Yes.
Everyone get ready.
More.
Matthias, it's your turn. Come on.
Okay, now I count the other way. Okay, 1, 2 Polizei. Now.
They're coming.
And the question is, which product doesn't have extensions available in JetBrains Marketplace? 1, Matter. 2, Team City. 3, YouTrack. 4, IDEs.
Okay. Team City and YouTrack do have extensions.
Okay, people, we just had a presentation about YouTrack. Who voted for YouTrack?
Yeah. So yeah, it's all about Matter.
Okay, maybe I read again. Which product does not have extensions available? Oh, and there we have it. Andre.
Actually, we had a correct answer posted before by Mr. Toby.
Mr. Toby?
Yeah.
I don't see it either.
I don't see it either.
No.
I thought that was for the previous question.
Maybe. Yeah. I think.
Okay.
No. Jakub is correct. You need to look into the YouTube chat.
Yes.
So, Mr. Toby, I'm sorry, we didn't see it here in the streaming software. So I think Mr. Toby was first.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Yep.
Congratulations.
A JetBrains
package.
All right. I think we can move forward to the next talk.
Yeah, good job, by the way, Jakub. I think you had 2 already. I was joining in a little bit later, but you had 2 talks already, right? To you and everyone else, great job so far. I watched a couple.
Yeah, it's really great show today.
Okay, so then let's bring on the next speaker, Nikita Katkov. He's very interesting topic actually, because Ryder was kind of had to deal with this a lot. The topic is titled "Making an IntelliJ plugin remote development friendly." I'm really looking forward to see some Nyan cat being synchronized on 2 ends, but yeah, probably it's a little bit different. But folks, everyone have fun. And yeah, see you after for the Q&A.
Hello, plugin developer community. This is Nikita Katkov, a member of the remote development team at JetBrains. Today, we'll explore what makes a plugin remote development friendly and how to adapt existing plugins for working in a distributed environment. First of all, let's get ourselves familiar with the terms I'll be using. Remote development, or RemDev for short, or split mode, simply means that IDE runs as two separate processes, front-end and back-end. The front-end handles the UI, while the back-end manages the business logic, works with project, and does all the heavy lifting. We'll cover the following topics in our presentation. First, why remote development compatibility matters to you. That includes what motivates users to switch to remote development, what's wrong with existing non-native remote development plugins, and how the UX differs between a regular and remote development native plugin. Second, we'll cover how to write or migrate a plugin to make it remote development friendly. That includes what project module structure we'll be using, how to set up a front and back-end communication, how to organize build scripts. We'll also look through a back-end front-end specific APIs list. And finally, we'll assemble a step-by-step refactoring guide. At last, there will be a questions section. Since unfortunately this time it's a pre-recorded video, kindly save your questions until the end of the presentation, when I'll do my best to give you even more information and context. First of all, let's answer the question why the remote development might even be important for you. According to both internal and external surveys, cloud-based development is gaining widespread adoption. Up to 52% of developers have tried remote development solutions, and around 36% of them use them daily. Chances are, your users already need to work in a distributed environment. This info in the slide is taken from the Derepko survey conducted by JetBrains at 2025 and the State of Application Development survey conducted by Docker. Is there any difference from the UX perspective between a native and non-native plugins? In this slide, you can see the two screencasts. I tried to select the same tree node in both of them. On the left, an action takes a long time to complete. There is a clear delay between the click and the reaction. On the right, an action is instant, and the user experience is very smooth. The node expands immediately after clicking on it. What happens here is simple. If you do nothing with an existing plugin and use it in split mode, you will likely get an experience shown on the left. The plugin runs only on the backend, and every UI interaction goes through the network, which adds latency. This setup works out of the box, but it's slow and frustrating when the connection isn't perfect. On the right, the same plugin was split for remote development. The UI part now runs on the front end, and only data is exchanged with the backend. That's why it behaves fast, just like in a regular monolithic IDE. So, the goal of this talk is to explain how to move from the left side to the right, from laggy and backend only to smooth and remote friendly. This slide attempts to demonstrate even more frustrating thing: scrolling. I scroll the mouse wheel at exactly the same pace, starting the same moment on both pictures. On the left picture, it takes about a second for the actual scroll to happen after I touch the mouse wheel. On the right picture, scroll itself happens immediately, just as you may expect from any UI application. It is quite hard to depict the UX through a screencast, but believe me, it's enough to experience it yourself only once to realize how poor the UX feels. The good news is, you can adapt the existing plugin to work smoothly in remote development, making it indistinguishable from monolithic one. But before discussing the ideal setup, let's briefly take a look at the very simple, regular plugin that doesn't know anything about remote development at all. This will help us understand the general idea behind the refactoring approach I'll soon present to you. Imagine we've got a plugin that's simple as in the picture. It implements a go-to-declaration feature for, I don't know, a protobuf file. Doesn't really matter. The plugin finds a corresponding Python script generated from it and provides ability to navigate there. Very likely, such a plugin looks like this. There is a single plugin.xml file describing all extensions and dependencies. UI and business logic are separated at the classes level, for example via the MVC pattern, but they are living in the very same project module. Plugin descriptor declares a dependency on Python module, as well as registers its extension to do the actual job, look up the appropriate Python files. Now, we want to extend the plugin's functionality by introducing another navigation handler, this time for generated Golang code. Our project has grown, and we've hired new programmers who write their microservices in Go. Okay, let's try making their life a bit more convenient as well. The plugin can now assist both Python and Go developers. But wait a minute, what does it plugin XML looks like now? To be able to access some Go-specific classes in runtime, we had to declare one more dependency on the Go module. Well, currently, our plugin is twice as smart as before. It supports 2 languages simultaneously. What it also does simultaneously, it depends on both Python and Go at the same time. That in turn means that Go developers will have to have Python plugin installed just to be able to work with Go code. That sounds strange, doesn't it? On one hand, luckily, our users can set up the IDE with both languages supported at once. But on the other, does it even make sense? And what would happen when we add more and more features to our plugin? What if only one of features A and B can work at a time? It seems that we lack a way to add the specific functionality to our plugin that will turn itself off in case it's not applicable. And by turning off, we mean not even trying to load the corresponding classes, since their dependencies are not available either. A solution would be to introduce a dedicated model for each independent major feature. Golang code will reside in the Golang module. Python code will reside in Python module respectively. There also might be something in common between the two. Let's put it into a shared module between the two to benefit from reusing the same utility code here and there. Now, we're getting back on track with the remote development, finally. Let's imagine another, a bit more different and complicated plugin that employs an external process to provide some useful data to the end user. Let it be an LSP server, or you can pick any technology of your personal choice. Server returns validation data regarding a file currently being opened. To display the results of validation, the server needs some UI. For simplicity, let it be a dedicated tool window that renders beautiful validation results page. So again, what we are going to do here is to register both tool window factory and the LSP server provider in the plugin.xml file. We were told to do so by the official documentation in the first place. That's right. However, we have now encountered the very same problem we faced with our previous Python and Go plugin that handled both Python and Golang code. The perspective has changed slightly though. Previously, we supported the same feature from different language perspectives. And now, we support the same feature from a UI and inter-process communication point of view. Any chance we can solve the identify problem with conditional loading? Are there any ways to have a single plugin capable of working with many kinds of environments, be it PyCharm or Golang, frontend or backend? A remote development native plugin mirrors the split IDE architecture, and it includes a set of front-end specific features enabled only on the front-end, a set of back-end specific features running only on the back-end, and shared logic between the two. So how do we implement such a layout? Okay, for a while, we've been internally using the so-called content modules concept to handle different dependencies effectively. For example, if your plugin provides Golang specific functionality, but should still run in PyCharm, which lacks Go-related code of course, you can extract the Go features into an optional content module. If its dependencies are not satisfied, that module simply doesn't get loaded, but the rest of the plugin does. Now, imagine replacing Golang with frontend, PyCharm with backend. Nothing changes, and the very same concept applies. Remote Development Native plugin, therefore, consists of a dedicated frontend module with mostly UI components and its dependencies, a dedicated backend module with mostly business logic and its dependencies as well, a shared module with common code, mostly RPC interfaces for bridging frontend and backend, a root plugin.xml file listing all plugin modules that can be enabled and disabled independently. On the slide, you may observe a special syntax to use in the root plugin.xml file, should you decide to modularize the plugin you are responsible for. Note how our frontend module declares dependency on platform.frontend to indicate it has to work in the frontend IDE, where the UI is. It also depends on its own shared content module, just to be able to use classes from it. Same goes for the backend module. It depends on platform.backend and its own shared module as well. After creating a few modules, we now have to link or connect frontend and backend code. But how can they communicate without having a direct dependency on each other? Here, we use RPC, or Remote Procedure Call, a familiar concept for many developers. From the example on the slide, you can see a small RPC interface that the frontend uses to retrieve information from the backend. The backend, in turn, must provide an implementation for the method being called. Our implementation runs over a secure protocol, and it utilizes the Kotlin X.serialization framework for data exchange between frontend and backend. By the way, it's coroutine-friendly. On the slide, you may see an example of serializable classes that are transferred through a wire when a function argument is passed from the frontend via an RPC call, or when a result is returned from the backend. Getting back to our sample plugin with good module structure, to make it actually work, we now have to add RPC interface and its implementation to the appropriate modules. And we are good to go. Last but not least question, how do we build a plugin like that? The answer is using the IntelliJ platform Gradle plugin and some of the Gradle best practices. With their help, we have created a plugin template that includes all necessary infrastructure to start development right away. This template provides a multi-module Gradle project with properly configured dependencies between front-end, back-end, and shared modules. There are a bunch of tools in our Gradle plugin to tweak the IDE you are building a plugin against. Among others, there are remote development configuration options depicted on the slide. Should you decide to test an old plugin installed solely on the backend, or play with its new version available on both ends, everything is possible out of the box. The template also includes RPC and serialization plugins extracted into so-called Gradle convention plugin, and the example feature implementation as well. Namely, it is a mock AI chat, because it's never too many of them, I guess, right? The presentation will of course be shared by conference organizers, and you'll be able to look through the links given in it, including the template, of course. Please refer to it when it comes to splitting the existing or writing your new plugin. What else do we have to cover? It's a general guideline, which APIs to use where. The platform does have a lot of them, and it's not obvious which things belong to front-end, to back-end, or can be touched anywhere regardless the IDE mode. I'd love to get you familiar with a short list of core APIs one should use on either front-end or back-end side. First, consider having the following API usages in your front-end module. Any UI components, dialogues, with tool windows, editor UI, JCF browser, etc. Secondly, action system. Since actions are essentially a reaction to user input, they must be quick, and I must get updated in time. So they naturally belong to front-end. Should they do something heavyweight and touch entities not present on the front-end, it is fine to delegate execution to the backend, but not the update. Next is PSI tree, if available for a particular language, of course. Please note that we have already migrated a lot of languages that have bundled support in IntelliJ-based IDEs. And last but not least, RPC calls also belong to frontend. The next list is purely backend APIs. First, it is a virtual file system. Next, indexes, again very heavyweight. Then goes version control system, as well as external processes related stuff. It might be executil, process handlers, run, debug, or build related stuff, and so on and so forth. PSI tree is here again, because usually it is a shared entity, in fact. Frontend does need it because it handles typing, while backend might need it to perform some heavy and possibly even project-wide analysis, like inspections. Next thing in the list is remote topic. It's a sort of reverse RPC, meaning that it's a backend initiated signal to the frontend. And last, RPC implementations belong to backend as well. Okay, let's summarize this talk with a step-by-step guide on how to create or migrate an IntelliJ plugin to make it remote development friendly. First step is to create a set of modules. Use the provided template as a reference. There will be shared front-end, back-end, and maybe some other modules of your choice, but this is the baseline. Next step is to decide whether your plugin is more UI-oriented or it has more business logic code in it. After making such a decision, you have to move existing code to one of the modules we recently introduced. If it's UI-heavy, move the code to the front-end module for the sake of simplicity of further refactoring. Otherwise, if it's logic-heavy, move the code to the back-end module accordingly. Let's assume our plugin has more UI-related code inside it and less business logic. It makes sense to try having all the code in the front-end module and then switch to the next step, which is very crucial, by the way. It sounds rather simple, yet it requires quite some attention and analysis. It is to identify the boundary between the UI and business logic. For instance, if there is more UI-related code in the plugin, we have to find where the components do get their data model from. Then, we'll have to extract the backend-specific code into its own module, which we have luckily created on one of the previous steps. You might expect broken compilation at this stage, and that's totally fine. It's going to be addressed really soon. Next step, it's number 4, I believe, is to introduce an intermediate abstraction layer. Let's call it remote feature model. it should belong to the front-end module. We will now start fixing compilation issues introduced on the previous step. To do so, we have to replace direct backend API calls in the front-end module with this very new abstraction we have recently introduced. Finally, in our new remote feature model, we'll have to employ RPC to get the actual backend model state. Where there was a request to find a file in the file system, there will be an RPC call that schedules this operation on the backend. Where there was a search for all usages of a particular Java method declaration, to estimate their number, for instance, there will be again an RPC call that retrieves the information from the backend, who actually knows about Java, its declarations, as well as the other files in a project. Either we can make a direct RPC calls on background threads, or we can introduce a more sophisticated distributed model with eventual synchronized state and use it on the front-end side. The model will get subscribed to the backend state updates and will eventually reflect these changes in your UI component. And we're finally done. Congratulations. Next, I have a few really frequently asked questions which I'd like to address before switching to your questions. And first of all, it is, well, how does the suggested plugin architecture work in a monolithic IDE? And the answer is just fine, because the monolithic IDE is essentially both front-end and back-end in a single process. All dependencies will be satisfied, and RPC calls will be just a suspend function calls with little to no overhead. So you don't have to worry about it. A single architecture for your plugin, which will work in any environment. The next question is it even safe and secure to send some data over RPC? And the answer is yes, it is. Our protocol, which we use underneath the RPC, is encrypted with TLS. So no worries about it either. And the last question is whether it's okay to call RPC methods during UI components initialization. And here the answer is no, it is not. Please consider either fetching the necessary data beforehand, under a progress indicator by the way, or implement a background data synchronization between the backend and the frontend. And always work with the data snapshot that is already available on the front-end side. And that's it finally from my side. Thank you very, very much for your attention. Your questions are very welcome. Please.
Thank you, Nikita. So finally, we have you live here. Hi.
Hi. You're very welcome.
Great detail, very good practical advice also, and last but not least, applause for doing this pre-recorded, because this is takes some time. Yeah, I know.
Thank you very much.
I can imagine. So yeah, we have a couple of questions. It was actually also very interesting to see this, with the background about writers work there with remote development. But yeah, one question that I'm really curious to ask is how do you actually test this, under certain conditions? Like something that I remember from web development is that you can select, okay, what is my connection? How much data can it transport? Do you have something similar for testing remote dev scenarios as well? Or how do you prepare for problematic situations?
That's actually a good question. I should have covered it in the presentation. Yes, we do have a quite easy opportunity to test the remote development setup, which is called like connection widget. To be able to access it, one has to enable the internal mode in the IDE, I believe, and that's all the requirements. And on the upper left corner, there will be a widget with actually many settings in it. But what you should seek in it is a direct delay option. You simply specify some value in milliseconds, like 100, 1,000, or whatever you choose, and that simulates a connection, like poor quality connection. Okay. And with this setup, you can just click in your plugin features, like test the UI, test some, I don't know, completions, whatever it provides, and see whether the feature, a specific feature you are developing at the moment, is affected or it is not. That's it. That's what we mostly use ourselves. And of course, you can try the real world setup. But it's a little bit more complicated. So for local development, it's really good one.
Exactly, and also start an ISO download during trying this out. Okay, so internal mode and connection widget, it was called, right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. All right. Thanks. That sounds good. Another question, Patrick or Jakub? Any one of you wants to ask a question, or should I ask all the questions? I'm also fine with that.
You have one from Joachim.
Sorry, yeah, we got a question from Joachim in chat. So Joachim asks, are common features like inspections and intentions remote friendly by default, or would I have to implement this for each of my inspections and intentions?
Got it. Good question. So inspections, it's definitely yes. In general, all the highlighting related stuff, be it inspections, annotators, maybe we do have something else that remember quickly. They naturally belong to the backend, I would say, because they usually require some additional knowledge, either about the project, about the files, about name your technology here. So they work there and they deliver the ranges they would love to highlight and some fixes as well to the front end where they get applied to the actual editor. As for intentions, here I would say it's a little bit more complicated. By default, they do belong to backend as well, so they will work definitely. It might be that if the intention like affects a very let's say it's a really local thing, so it does affect only the current file, or maybe I don't know what exactly your specific intention does. It might be better to register it on the client side so that it just gets executed quickly. But in general, I would say that it works fine out of the box.
So I maybe have a question regarding that, because I think intentions and my question about action. So when I think about an action, right? So right now you have basically all the implementation. So you have the front end implementation into one file. And as when I understand you correctly, now I have to split it into back end and front end, right? So for an action, I have basically the quick check if the action is available, which should run in the EDT. And then basically the hard stuff, when you invoke the action, is not run on the EDT, or can access basically the real heavy backend stuff, right? So do I need to split up the action code now into the hard part, which goes into the backend module, and the light part that stays on the front end? I'm not sure I got that.
Okay, so small correction before I try to answer the question. When I spoke about actions, I meant like the real action system API, which is an action class.
An action, right? Yeah.
Yes, and what it does internally is essentially two methods. It's first, it's the update, and second is action performed. So update is executed. It not only gets executed on the EDT, by the way, but it should be executed on the front end side so that the update doesn't get affected by the latency. Otherwise, you'll see this weird loading indicator somewhere in the context menu, for example, and that doesn't really make sense. And usually the update is quite simple, so it is enough for it to just check whether I am displayed in some specific place, which is correct. Maybe I'm touching the right file, which the action is applicable to, and that's fine. But the action performed, it's a little bit different story, because it really depends what the feature is. If the action performed actually does, I don't know, print something to console, okay, you may do it on the client side and do not split the action.
Let's assume it's something heavy, right?
Yes,
it's something really heavy.
If it's something heavy, it probably belongs to backend, because it usually touches entities that are registered on the backend and that belong to the backend. And in this case, it makes sense to just extract the implementation of action performed method into the backend module and connect them via RPC as I described. That's it.
Okay.
So usually it's like a reasonable amount of job.
Okay. It's highly interesting topic, by the way. It's really nice, right? I mean,
yes, and it's also evolving. So we do realize that something is still not like far from perfect, but we're working on it. I promise it will get better.
If no one has a question, I have another one. Okay, I should. So
go ahead.
I mean, it's not remote development, but we have Code with Me, which touches a similar topic. I type something and it needs to be synchronized with the other client who is coding with me. Will basically your work on the remote development influence that? So basically that Code with Me works better?
That's
You're laughing.
Very good question.
I see you laughing.
I'm thinking. So honestly, I don't have a really good answer to this question because it. Sorry, again, it depends. In general, one may implement a remote development friendly feature which will also work well in Code with Me, but that requires additional efforts because many clients, you have to maintain this connection between the backend and the first client, the second, and all the rest of them. Some features are like client independent, so you show the very same content, and in this case it is like literally the same as remote development. But others, they are not that simple, and they will likely require something else. I'm not sure what exactly. It again depends. So in the scope of this presentation, I decided not to mention it because it's too complicated, I think. Let's start with remote development, and as soon as it works well, we'll think about the many clients case.
Fair enough. I think we got another question from Joachim. Are read action, write action, and so on expected to run only on the back end, or are there additional threading requirements for split plugins?
Good question as well. Thank you.
We're asking the hard ones here.
Yes. So let's split the question into two parts, probably. So read and write locks, read and write actions, they exist for the cases when your feature touches any project-related module, be it PSI, like file system, maybe something else. And in case, for example, if you do touch those systems on the front-end side in your split plugin, that just does make sense to employ the very same approach you did before in the monolithic plugins. For example, if you do work with PSI. As for anything other than the existing APIs, there is nothing, I think, nothing specific. So it's just a good practice, or okay, it's not even good practice, it's a requirement not to try invoke RPC calls on EDT because, it's a very bad practice and it will you'll end up having either freeze or some weird behavior, just like with any other IO operation which is done on EDT. Other than that, I think that's nothing else. I might be missing something, but what comes to my mind quickly is that.
All right. So if there are no other questions.
It's interesting, Patrick. I had a very similar question to yours, but related to the RD protocol and Rider, because I think they faced a similar architecture, but not the problem of it doesn't happen on a single machine, So they had the problem of communicating between front and back end, but all same machine, so no latency probably, but still keeping data in sync and etc. So yeah, we're the same thought there. Thanks, Nikita. That was really great. Thanks also for actually joining, because I heard you're on vacation right now, right? Is that right?
Yes, I am. I was mostly
Theoretically.
concerned not about the vacation, but about the construction works that does happen at the moment, as well as about the connection quality. So I collect all the possible excuses for making
it worked great. I guess YouTube worked very good on their keeping latency low and fixing connection
So should
issues
we.
there. So no problems at all, really.
Cool.
Thank you for that. I think we head over to our next speaker, right?
Raffles again.
Raffles.
I think you need Raffles. Okay, then Nikita, it's your stage to count. Yeah. I had the pleasure already.
So we have Raffles, Nikita, quickly, right? You need to count backwards from 5, and then when you're at 0, Jakub will post the question, and the viewers can answer, and who is the fastest to answer gets a bag of presents.
Okay, shall I start counting right now? Okay, so it's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
So the question is, what is the latest version of IntelliJ IDEA? Is it 2025 1.7, 2025 2.4, 2025 2.7, or 2025 3?
And we're talking about GA, not EEPs.
Don't ask this question at the beginning of the year because you feel like you're still in the last year.
Okay. We have already some answers.
So I think Andre was the first one, but I think Andre already received. You already won, right, Andre? So if that is correct, that Andre already won, then the first one would be Jeroen Stroom. Is that right?
Looks like.
No, Andre said
yet.
nope, not yet. Okay, perfect. So then the win goes to Andre. Reach out. So Jeroen, you have a chance in our next question. We do one right now, right, Jakub?
Yes.
Okay.
We have.
Please do us the honors, Nikita, and count once more.
Sure. So it's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
This is the real struggle counting.
Yeah. So the question is, which module do you need to include in plugin XML to use LSP API? Is it com.intellij.lsp, com.intellij. Oh my goodness, the reading. Modules.lsp, or is it org.jetbrains.lsp, or is it intellij.platform.lsp?
Yes, exactly.
Next time, just the numbers.
Yeah.
Is it 1, 2, 3, or 5?
Well, I have no idea.
I think the right answer was really the first one, right? Bodan nailed it.
Bogdan.
Okay, so Bodan, you please reach out to Marketplace, the usual email address, and then
for the record, this is com IntelliJ modules LSP, the longest one.
The longest one. All right.
We can now go with third question. Sorry, because we can.
You really like how I do count. Yes.
Yeah. I'm not even sure who decided that I have to read them.
Okay, the next one.
Matthias, you count. Come on.
Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Remember to read it, Patrick.
I can read it.
Sure.
To depend on paid features in IntelliJ 2025.3, which modules do you use? First, com.intellij.modules.premium. 2, com.intellij.modules.ultimate. 3, com.intellij.modules.paid. And 4, com.intellij.modules.pro. So premium, ultimate, paid, or pro. No idea.
Right. Well,
but Patrick, you still have to tell me which answer is correct.
Do I?
Yeah, because I don't know the answer.
Okay.
So I think
Let's guess.
You think?
I'm in a pickle right now. So because as far as I can see, Bodan delivered the right answer again, right? It's COM IntelliJ modules ultimate, but Bodan already won in the first round.
That's
So
right.
why don't we give the win to Jerome, who delivered the first wrong answer?
Sounds
Is that
good.
okay with everyone?
Sounds fair.
Works for me.
Works so okay, perfect. Finally, Nikita, we can give you your vacation, even if it's just construction. Enjoy the noise. Thanks very, very much for joining. We see you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Bye. That was good. That was cool. Very insightful. Okay, next one up is also very related, actually, because it's still about providing a great UX, user experience, having no delays, etc. So next talk is given by Konstantin Nisht, and it's about how to investigate UI freezes. So, Nikita, I forgot to. Yeah, we forgot to add you. I'm not sure who was in charge for that.
It was you.
It was me, really.
No,
I don't have an admin
No, it's
panel.
good. Konstantin, welcome.
Yep,
Sorry,
thank you.
You came late to the stage.
No, that's okay. I think we have lots of time now.
Yeah. So basically, the floor is yours. Please give us your presentation. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's start then. This is a presentation about how to investigate UI freezes. And one important detail is that I will tell you how to investigate them, not how to fix them. But I'll try my best to give some advices what to actually do with this problem of our IDs. A little about me. I am software developer in IntelliJ platform. I work on our threading model and concurrency and coroutines, all that stuff currently. But let's dive into the presentation. So to understand why do we have freezes in regular IDE or in the plugin, we need to understand the architecture of IntelliJ platform. So you could notice that our IDEs are UI applications. And as regular UI applications, they have UI framework. Our UI framework is based on top of Java AWT. And also as a way to work with our model, kind of structures that contain data about users' code, we use read-write logs. Yeah, and recently, for the last maybe 5 years, we started adopting Kotlin coroutines, which need to be integrated nicely into both these concepts. Yeah, so let's talk about consequences of building an application on top of AWT. So we have a dedicated single UI thread, which is called the EDT or the event dispatch thread. And this is basically a thread where all interaction with the screen works in simple terms. Basically, all painting requests are performed as events on EDT. Yes, it is called event dispatch thread because it runs events. Should be pretty obvious now. Also, all interactions with Swing, UI framework, which is built on top of AWT and is a bit higher level, they also happen on EDT. And there is one important thing is that anyone basically can submit their code for execution on EDT. That's free. That approach follows Swing standards and practices. You just hit Swing utils invoke later, and then you can run arbitrary thing on EDT, and you can do whatever you want. Like you can access files, or you can simply run an infinite loop, and it will freeze the IDE. That's about EDT. Well, we also have a read-write log. We had it from the very beginning. from 25 years ago, and our ideas are we rely on this model of having the read-write lock. So first of all, why do we need it? We have several structures that basically a mutable shared state, and we need to ensure exclusive access to them. Such structures include PSI, which is our representation of syntax trees, VFS, which is our representation of file system, indexes, project model. Well, project model is how we understand the build system that is used to import a project. As about the API, we have basically two methods. There are plenty of flavors for these two methods, but basically we have read actions and write actions. And basically, if we have read-write lock, then read actions allow executing some code inside read lock, and write actions allow to do the same under write lock. We use read-write lock, and it means that we can read the same mutable shared structures in parallel, but we want to ensure that only one thread writes them. So write locks are mutually exclusive with everything else. Yeah, as we were writing the code, the acquisition of read and write locks was usually proceeded in blocking way. So the thread that wants to acquire a lock gets blocked, like in thread park way, or with coroutines it gets suspended, which is slightly nicer. Yes. Yeah. So there is an important thing about IntelliJ platform is that write actions can run only on EDT. There are lots of reasons for this behavior. It makes writing the code very convenient, writing the plugins, I mean, for our IDE, because your UI thread is only consistent state of data structures. But it has also lots of disadvantages, like it should seem logical that write actions should not run on EDT, right? But unfortunately they do. Here I need to say that we are aware of this problem, and we know that it's a problem. We are working on it, but it's not that easy to fix 25-year-old code base. So we're getting there, actually. So yeah, the bad consequences of write actions on EDT is that they freeze UI because they're just a code that does not allow to paint anything. For example, you could have seen the following modal dialog. Well, this particular dialog just is a little bit fake. It looks like a modal dialog, but in fact, it is a long write action. And that's why you cannot cancel it. You cannot do anything with it. Yeah, it is animated, but that's because we have some tricks to run animation while write action proceeds. But yeah, the sad thing here is that it's you as a plugin developer can actually do nothing with this. This is a platform problem, but we're working on it. Another less obvious case of why we have UI freezes is that redaction on background can actually freeze UI. That sounds strange, but let's dive into this example. So let's use the following two diagrams for expressing threads. So on top we have EDT, and in the bottom we have some background thread, and we have a timeline which goes from left to right. So imagine that we have a background thread that runs some long redaction. Completely normal stuff, right? Background threads want to sometimes read PSI for their purposes. Meanwhile, the EDT does some painting. That's also totally normal behavior of EDT, but then EDT wants to run a write action. And you cannot actually predict where it happens. I mean, usually write actions are consequence of user actions, but sometimes the platform decides to just fire write action randomly after a certain timeline delay, after a certain timeout, I mean. Yeah, and because this is EDT, and we need usually to start this write action like right now, we cannot postpone it. This write action blocks EDT. And we cannot run some other painting events because they might rely on the result on this write action. And basically, we have this situation where a read action on the background causes a UI freeze. Yeah, and after some time, read action stops, and then our write action proceeds doing whatever it wanted to do. But we had a freeze, unfortunately, in this case. So let's figure out how to investigate such scenarios, or maybe something more. At least if we understand how to where to look into IntelliJ diagnostic data, it might prove useful in other sorts of UI freezes. So basically, investigations should start with opening a thread dump. IntelliJ creates a thread dump on a plenty of actions. When you have a UI freeze, there will likely be a freeze dump, and you will probably get somehow notified about it. You can capture a thread dump manually with JStack. But let's assume that you actually have a thread dump. The problem is that it can be quite huge. For example, this is only one thread. Personally, I get it looks scary. It's a lot of text, and this is just a thread dump of EDT, and we have like 100 of other threads, which are also doing some non-trivial work. And also we have coroutine dumps, which I will cover a bit later. But yeah, I get that it might be intimidating. So let's look at where should we look in this mess. So we have a UI freeze, right? It means that EDT cannot paint whatever it wants to paint, or process user events if it needs to. Well, let's search for EDT. It is in our thread dumps, it's called AWT event Q0. And in the vast majority of cases, it is blocked on the read-write log, the one that's used to protect our shared data structure. This is the most frequent source of our UI freezes. There are others, but that's the most popular one. So that's a bit shortened example of thread dump of a thread dump that is narrowed to one thread, to EDT. It also contains lots of symbols. So first of all, we have the name of the thread. It is indeed EDT. You probably found it already with a text search. Then we see that it is blocked. Thread state could be waiting, blocked, timed waiting if the thread is blocked on thread sleep. Here we see that it's blocked on monitor because it is java-lang object.wait0. And if we scroll in a little bit lower, we could find the phrase run write action. Basically, the next step after you found a thread that you're interested in is to search for these magical strings like run write action or run read action. They will tell you about what the IDE tries to run. Like here, it tries to run write action for whatever reason, and it cannot acquire the write action. Which means, let's think why the IDT cannot run write action. That's because there is some alive read action somewhere in a background thread. That's most often the case. So next, we need to search for this read action. And here we can look for read action in this thread dump. Most likely it will show us a thread which basically runs that read action. Here it is. I took it from our random thread dump with a freeze. So this is a background thread. This particular thread was taken from coroutines. This is a thread from coroutine thread pool. We see that it actually does some non-trivial work. It does something connected to serialization in Java. In VFS, basically, this persistent FS3 accessor is part of our virtual file system. But yeah, we see that there is a background thread that does non-trivial work, and it is read action. which means that while this redaction runs, we experience a freeze in our IDE. And that's basically it. That's how to investigate it. Congratulations, you found out why your IDE is frozen. But to not make this talk so useless, I'll actually tell about ways of resolving long redactions. So the best advice I could get, and that works in majority of cases, is to use non-blocking redactions. Let's figure out what it is. So let's recall our previous teaching diagram with two threads, EDT and the background thread, where write action blocked while read action runs. Well, here we can notice that EDT wants to run a write action, and it wants to run it fast, because we want EDT to be done with this write action and continue doing some useful work. So this read action that runs on background and blocks write action is called blocking in our terminology. But there is an alternative. So imagine that there is some ongoing read action in a background thread, and EDT does some painting or some interaction with the UI. Then the EDT in its next event wants to start a write action. We, as IntelliJ platform, understand that write action is about to start, and we give a signal to the running redaction that it needs to finish. Then this redaction transitions into a special canceling state where it continues to run, but on the next call of progress manager.checkCancelled, it throws a special kind of exception that aborts its execution. Well, when this redaction reaches the cancellation point, it means that redaction is done. It is not done gracefully, but there is no redaction now. Nothing holds read lock, and we can start doing our write action. So write action can run. Meanwhile, this read action gets blocked if it wanted to execute like synchronously on this background thread, or it gets just kind of suspended and gets stored into a queue, and then it gets rescheduled once the write action is done. But effectively, this redaction is blocked. So once write action is done, the EDT can continue doing other work, like it can process other user events or do painting. And this redaction, it now knows, because the platform signals it, that the write action is done and it can be restarted. And that's a very important point, that this redaction is restarted from scratch. Like it gets aborted, and then the logic that was previously executing, it starts running again. Yeah, that's an important point. I'd like to reiterate it here. There is a mathematical property that's called idempotence, which means that if you execute a function several times, then it results, its subsequent execution does not affect some global state. And it's important to know that non-blocking redactions, redaction that conforms this scenario is called non-blocking. So such redactions need to be idempotent. It means that if you want to run a HTTP request, if you want to fire HTTP request from a non-blocking redactions, you need to think twice, because your request can be actually resent several times, because redaction can be aborted. And like I said, in our code, the cancellation points is calls to progress manager check cancelled, which throws a special exception, and that's why and that's how redaction gets aborted. So while in this blue segment, after the first redaction, the redaction continues running until it reaches the check cancelled. And basically, if you don't have any check cancels in your redaction, then you have kind of a blocking redaction, because the write action cannot start for the whole duration of redaction. Yeah, that was the first advice. in our API, it's called redaction.nonblocking. That's a Java-friendly version of running non-blocking redactions. And yeah, another advice is to place progress manager check cancel frequently enough. Like the platform calls a lot of plugin code under redaction, under already provided redaction, and to behave nicely, the plugins need to call check cancel it frequently enough so that the outer redactions can be canceled. All right, let's switch to coroutines and how they fit into this perhaps convoluted picture. Right, so our coroutine API has functions like read actions, EDT write actions, and read at EDT write actions. First, you could ask, why do we need this weird name? Why it is EDT write action, not just write action? Well, the reason is that because we are on the way of introducing background write actions, I think in 2025.3, these functions are stable. It's called background write action, but it might not work that smoothly with everything else. Read and EDT write action is a function that helps to do a very specific pattern. So imagine that you need to compute something in read action and then apply this result in a write action. There is an API for this in our redaction.nonblocking builder, Java builder, and this is a coroutine version. And redaction, well, it's redaction, but there is a twist. Redaction in coroutine world is always non-blocking. That's because we started using non-blocking redactions in our platform. We saw that they work very nice, and we made them a default option of executing code under redaction in coroutine world. All right. So yeah, one important point about redactions is that they are suspending functions, but they accept a non-suspend lambda. This action as a parameter inside the redaction is non-suspending. That might be inconvenient because, I mean, we want to you could want to have suspense everywhere, but we want to keep actions short, and not having a suspend modifier does not allow you to suspend inside, and it is much more difficult to do some long task. Like in Kotlin, the API for sending some web request is in the vast majority of cases suspending, because it's Kotlin, everything is suspending, and we want to avoid that someone tries to someone tries to send a web request inside the redaction. That's why there is no suspend, just to avoid these things. Yeah, and also it's important to remember that this lambda can be executed multiple times inside the single redaction, because write action can cancel it. Let's proceed. Yeah, so coroutines are nice, but they introduce additional level of complexity, and we need to investigate issues in coroutines. I'll be honest, it is harder than doing the same in plain Java, and we have plenty of diagnostic tools for investigating coroutines. One particularly useful is coroutine dumps. Basically, every time you get a thread dump from our IDE with JStack, or when IDE captures a thread dump itself, the thread dumps also include coroutine dumps. That's kind of a state of coroutine tree at the moment of capturing the thread dump. So coroutine dumps look scary, they look unfamiliar, there's a lot of information, and you also need to know what to look for in them. So let's look at what we can find in coroutine dumps. That's an example from the same thread dump I used before, but that's a part of coroutine dumps. Oh wait, no, not really. That's actually a thread. We'll come to coroutine later. Yeah, so that's some other thread from that coroutine dump. Yeah, we see again that this is a background thread, and it is blocked. And one interesting thing here is that it is blocked on run blocking. So run blocking is a special function in Kotlin coroutines library that allows you to call coroutines from blocking code without suspense and then wait until these coroutines finish to execute. Naturally, the thread that calls run blocking gets blocked until all the coroutines inside finish. And here we see this run blocking. So our thread dump actually has an identifier of this blocked, of this run blocking. We can search for this identifier in coroutine dumps and find this snippet of code. So here we see this is taken from coroutine dumps, and we see it is the same identifier, 32E180. You can check it, it's the same. So it's the same run blocking that matches that thread. And we can now investigate what's this thread doing and why it cannot finish. So we see that this coroutine is suspended. It means that it's waiting for something. It is stored in some queue. We can see coroutine context that's associated with this coroutine. From this particular snippet, we see that it runs on a dispatcher's IO scheduler that's limited to 11 threads. These coroutines are taken from our scanning process. It is visible here. And we have this X8 off. It's kind of a deduplication of identical coroutines. It means that we have 8 identical coroutines that are suspended on something. But what are they suspended on? We see here that they are suspended on a read action. It means that this coroutine wants to run a suspending read action, but it cannot because there is because the write action wants to start. Yeah, that's a very nice property of IntelliJ platform. When write action wants to start, it does not allow read actions to actually even start. So they wouldn't even prevent write actions from proceeding as fast as it can. That was a small guide on how to look at coroutine dumps and not be that scared. In conclusion, what do you need to remember after this talk? So use not blocking reductions. They are nice, but you also need to keep them short enough so that they don't so they wouldn't take lots of CPU and the restart wouldn't be that bad. But they are actually better than regular blocking reductions. You also need to use check cancel frequently enough to help IntelliJ platform being responsive. I understand that thread dumps are scary and coroutine dumps even more. But once you get a little comfortable with them, they contain lots of useful information and they help you to introspect the state of IDE and figure out what's your plugin doing. So it might worth some time to invest into understanding these formats. That's it, basically. Thank you for your attention.
Great talk. Thank you very much. Someone in the chat already said this should be put up on the docs, the SDK docs.
I think it already is.
This talk? I mean, the whole talk, actually.
The whole talk.
Anyway, thank you very much. I'm a .NET guy, so for me this looks a little bit less scary now. Good job on that. We do have a couple of questions. So one question that I actually also understand is, that's why I'm gonna pick this. What is the process of deciding when you call, and how is this call exactly called? Progress manager.check cancelled to kind of, have the help with the maximum responsiveness of EDT?
Well, basically, the platform has already strategically placed check cancellers in important places, like when you call platform functions, like when you request a service, you transfer control to the platform, and the platform already has check cancellers there. So if you call check cancelled inside, if you retrieve a service inside a redirection, most likely you are fine. Here, the platform will check it for you. But sometimes you, in your plugin, do some non-trivial work, like you have recursion or you have loops where you iterate over long lists, and that can introduce problems in cancellation. So my advice is that if you have long loops, it might be nice to insert check cancel there. There is one pitfall though. Check cancel, unfortunately, it is not free. So you need to insert it with some debounds, like check cancellation once in 100 iterations, so that it wouldn't be visible in profiles or it wouldn't harm performance, but still give you enough responsiveness so that reduction gets aborted promptly.
Mm-hmm. So I think sorry, just to follow up. So one question would be, so where I use it is when I do heavy work on the PSI, right? I have a visitor who has to go through a lot of structure and recursively. Yep. So can you say something about so what's actually done in check cancelled? How heavy is the function call? Roughly, I don't need an exact answer, but just an estimate. So if it's just a quick call that takes nothing, I can place it anywhere, right? But maybe I want to consider it every 2000 iterations or strategically placed, as you said.
So with this particular example, with the recursive visitor, there are already check cancellers in the platform. Like when before the platform calls your visitor method, it checks cancellation and it does it when it needs to do so. About how heavy check cancelled and what can be so heavy inside it. To be honest, in Progress Manager check cancel, there is a bit heavy logic with tracking of threads that run under progress indicators. That's kind of an old class, a legacy class for managing cancellation and progress reporting. So yeah, there is some heavy stuff, like threads get stored to concurrent hash maps. These hash maps can get resized at some random points. There are some synchronized. There is a bit lighter version, cancellation.check cancelled. It should also work, but not with progress indicators, and that is much lighter. But generally, I think you would be fine if you use Progress Manager check cancelled. I mean, having cancellation even that slow is much better than not having it at all.
Yeah, I know. Mm-hmm. We got a question in chat. Put it on.
I asked that question because it could come from me.
Right.
So why write actions have to be executed on the EDT? EDT. T is already for thread, right? Yes. Yeah. Not Java.
It was just decided on the very beginning of IntelliJ idea that we will run write actions on EDT. It has advantages. It is more convenient to write such code, like when you have write actions only on EDT, when you have this invariant. First of all, you don't need to take a read log on EDT. If you want just to read your data, then you on EDT, then you can read it right away, because you know nothing else can mutate this data in parallel. Second answer is that when you have this restriction, you can implement a much more performant version of log. So since 2016 up to 2022, we had a very performant log in IntelliJ platform. It was really fast. What we have now is not that fast, but the old version worked only with this assumption that we have this restriction that write actions can run only on EDT. Now we are running some of write actions on background. Yeah, our current log is slower, but it allows us to actually run things on background. Third answer is that you don't need to care about consistency in your EDT, because when you read data, it's always consistent. You know, nothing changed it. Yeah, but you can also ask, okay, it's bad. Actually, let's just run all write actions on background. Unfortunately, IntelliJ platform is a very old code base. There are lots of assumptions, and there are lots of listeners, synchronous listeners inside these write actions. And these listeners do whatever they were allowed to do. For example, you can add the listener to some VFS, which will run inside the write action, and you can draw something on the screen in this listener. Nothing prevented you to do so, because write actions were running on EDT. It is naturally allowed. And that's the reason why we cannot just take all write actions and run them on EDT, because we have our own code and we have third-party plugin code which relies on this property, and it is lots of work to untangle EDT and write actions. But we are working on it.
All right, thank you. Clears things up. Another question? I would have one, definitely, okay, for my times when I deal with an IntelliJ platform. So beyond simple search, what advanced tools do you recommend for analyzing large thread and coroutine dumps to pinpoint root causes quickly, to ease the scariness even more?
Well, we have internal action, which is called analyze stack trace or thread dump. Basically, it takes whatever it is in your clipboard, whatever you copied now, and tries to parse it. It displays the thread dump in a nicer way, so you can navigate in actual frames, in actual stack frame, into your source code. And also there is a built-in tool which is called freeze analyzer. So in some simple and understandable cases, it can even show you a thread where it says why this thread is a reason of a freeze and who to blame in it. Maybe it's platform, maybe it's something else. But yeah, it displays a human readable reason of a freeze. So yeah, the internal action analyze stack trace or thread dump. That's how it's called.
Okay, thank you. And one more question. Any of you two, Patrick or Jakub, wants to ask that?
Chris just pointed out that the check cancel doesn't seem to be on the threading docs page in the SDK docs. I didn't want to type. Yeah, we need to fix that. I didn't want to type and search myself, but I just take Chris's answer for granted. So we need to fix that. So we will take that into consideration.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cancellation token in .NET. Okay, I will just follow up with another question. Also sounds very interesting. So non-blocking read actions require idempotence. I never said that word. Just read. What are common pitfalls when converting existing blocking read actions to this non-blocking pattern?
Well, basically, I mean, non-blocking read actions are better than regular blocking read actions, but we could not just take and convert everything automatically in the platform, because the existing code sometimes relies on the computation not being run several times. I think that's the biggest pitfall. It's very important to remember that it is executed several times. I mean, it's fine in the majority of cases, like when you just find something in PSI hierarchy. But if you do something non-trivial, it is very unexpected behavior, then it runs several times. And that's why we have two separate kinds of reductions. yeah, that's the biggest pitfall.
Okay, so individual to the specific actions, basically. Yeah, when they deal with PSI, then it's cheap, more or less. It comes automatically. Otherwise, you have to, consider what the action is actually doing.
Yeah.
Okay. I can see a last question here, but I have no idea. I cannot ask the question if I have no idea what it is about. So, question number 2. One of you, please.
Yeah, okay. So can you elaborate on the difference in how read action in coroutines and read action non-blocking handle cancellation and restarts?
Well, in coroutines, there is a slightly different way of managing cancellation. Actually, we reuse and extend, in some sense, the the cancellation model from coroutines. So in coroutines, there is a kind of implicit all-present coroutine context. If you know Haskell a little, that's kind of a reader monad that's associated with your every your computation, and there is a special thing that's called job in Kotlin coroutines. And every time you call a suspend function, this job is checked for cancellation, and if it is, it throws an exception. We reuse this in suspending redaction. So basically, when you run a suspending redaction, the job from coroutine context is taken, and it is kind of installed in the computation that runs under redaction. And we every progress manager.checkCancel checks this job for cancellation. So it means that if something outside canceled your whole coroutine, then your redaction will also be canceled. There is very similar thing with non-blocking redaction, but because Java version of the same pattern. But it was old. It also respects progress indicators, so it's slightly more complicated. I think that's the difference. There are very, very subtle differences between them currently also. Like the Java version of non-blocking redactions uses EDT to reschedule itself in case of cancellation, and suspending redaction does not. But I think it's more of a technical depth from my side, so it will be fixed. But I mean, the answer is that ideally they are the same. And basically, you need to think of them as the same.
Okay, one more.
You have one more? Go ahead.
Well, about tooling that could help in analyzing thread dumps and coroutine dumps.
We got that already.
Yeah, it's action analyze
it's analyze. So I wasn't aware that analyze thread dump is an internal action. Maybe I always have internal action on.
But
so that's why.
Well, just a follow-up question to that one, actually. Okay. But any external tools? I think that EuroKit could help to some degree. EuroKit.
I am not actually sure to analyze. Not really. I mean, EuroKit is a tool for analyze profiles and heap dumps. For investigation of freezes, in the vast majority of cases, it is enough to use just a thread dump. I mean, I personally almost never use profiles, or there are very difficult freezes where I have to use heap dumps, but it's very rare, and it's enough just to use thread dumps.
Okay, so as mentioned before, mostly our internal tools.
Yep.
Okay. I have other questions, but not related to the talk.
Okay.
A raffle?
Should we first thank Konstantin and let him off? Thank you very much for joining us and for answering so patiently all the questions and trying to get this hard topic a bit more understandable for us. Thank you very much for joining.
Good job there.
Thanks.
Yeah. And have a great day. Yeah. So, now we got a few more things to do. And one of the things is we should raffle some more stuff off. Okay. So now, without counting, and Jakub will just post it. Let's do it differently. So no one knows when the question is coming. So here we have the question. In Kotlin Notebook and IntelliJ platform, what is the name of a variable used to register and dispose of code when running it from a notebook? Is it global dispose first, notebook disposable, 3 IDE disposable, or 4 platform disposable?
Matan was very fast, but I'm not sure if it's correct.
It's not.
It's not? Okay.
Ooh.
We didn't get the answer yet.
I think that was the one that didn't work, right? That crashed your notebook earlier. Because it did not deinstall the tool window that you were.
Yeah, actually it worked when I used it for AI Assistant extension. Because I reloaded that and it was properly
I think Chris was first.
Chris.
Am I right?
Yes.
So
you are right.
It's correct.
So it is notebook disposable.
Notebook disposable, correct. All right, so congratulations, Chris. You finally got it. And how many more questions do we have?
Two quick questions, short.
2 quick questions, okay.
Okay, with no more counting, here it is.
No more. So what is the current version of Gradle? Now I need to read version numbers. Okay, is it 8.10.0? Is it 8.14.3? Is it 9.1.0? Or is it 9.2.0? I honestly have no clue, but I have the answer here somewhere.
I think it's either 3 or 4.
It's 4.
It's 4.
Released pretty recently. I mean, last week only, or this week.
So Nikita was the first one. Congratulations, Nikita. And now let's shoot the last one.
The last one. Here it comes.
Okay. So which task?
Which task? Sorry.
Do you run to locally verify your plugin's compatibility? Is it first, run plugin verifier, 2, verify plugin, 3, plugin verifier, or 4, check plugin?
We already got the right answer.
This time, Doron, you're right. So Doron is the first one who got it right. It's the second choice. It's verify plugin. That was actually a complicated question because I think we have another run verify or verify plugin task in Gradle, right?
It was called before run plugin verifier.
Okay, but do we have? I thought we have another task that is unrelated. It just checks the plugin XML correctness. Wasn't there another task that was called verify plugin or something?
No.
Plugin verify. Okay, so then I'm mistaken.
Okay, we are.
So, wait.
Out of questions.
We have was before Nikita. So Jonathan said he was before Nikita. Maybe our chats are.
Well, I'm looking at YouTube.
I'm looking at YouTube.
Refresh the chat.
Maybe one small information in between. So I just read Konstantin now has also set visibility for everyone for the slides. So in case you've missed that, they should be now available.
So Jonathan, so both in our chat software here, in our StreamYard software, and in the YouTube chat, you are after Bodan and Nikita with the number 4. So do we have some desynchronization here?
I don't know. Well, looking at I just refreshed the YouTube chat, and for the Gradle question, Gradle version, it was the correct answer was number 4, and Nikita is definitely the first person I see.
Me too. All right.
It's a coroutine issue.
It's a coroutine issue, correctly. So, but I see basically, so the Gradle question was pretty quick, right? So we had Nikita, Bodan, and Jonathan who both answered 4, who all answered 4 in a very quick succession. So why don't we give 3 bags away, 1 to Nikita, 1 to Bodan, and 1 to Jonathan? Would that be a viable solution for everyone? Okay, so everyone who won, please write Marketplace, and Marketplace team will take care of sending the packages out. That being done, we have some final housekeeping. So first of all, we and I really like to thank all the attendees and all the speakers we had. And most of all, we like to thank the people that you don't see, because there are 2 important people behind the scenes. One is Sergey, who's taking care of all the technical stuff, because we don't have to do anything. I can have my hands free here, and he takes care of all the transitions, putting me on screen, silencing me if I talk too much, all these things. So thank you, Sergey. And then we have Elena, who basically managed the whole event, put everything together. I think she invited most of the stuff, most of the people, and so on and so forth. So thank you very much, Elena, for that. The rest of us you see here, which is Matthias, Jakub, me, and also Robert, who is also part of the advocacy team. So thanks again, everyone, for putting such a great event together.
Yeah. Thank you.
Second to last point, recording and slides. So we will prepare a final recording of the event, and we put it online. Everyone who registered at the event will get a message, so they can access it. But also we will publish it on YouTube under the JetBrains TV channel, I'm sure. So you can see it there. The last thing is action for you. So it's a call to action. Go out, try the things we learned today, which is try the latest IntelliJ platform Gradle, run the plugin verifier, check it out, play around with Kotlin notebooks, tell us about it, right? Check out the plugins we saw today, which is what the AI stuff, right? The LSP stuff. Try this, work or look into LSP before you maybe jump into hard parsing stuff when you try to create a language plugin. And check out YouTrack extensibility. So, and the final point is, if you post something on social media somewhere, please link us, mention us. We will put our coordinates of the platform, of the JetBrains platform in chat. Can someone take care of that? And basically, if you link us, we will link you back, and we will write nice things. Tell us if you liked it. Tell us what you want to see next time, and so on and so forth. Okay, Jakub, Matthias?
I know what I want to see next time.
Mm-hmm.
More about .NET.
More about .NET. So
Yeah.
we could, I don't know. We have so much stuff we could do there, right? I mean, isn't the whole ecosystem with Godot, with Unity and stuff, right? I mean, that's extensibility. Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I definitely played around with Godot and C#, and I would like to see more of that.
Yeah, it's a whole new world that opens up, because it's a ReSharper platform.
Yeah.
Not sure it's IntelliJ IDEA platform.
Mm-hmm.
Or no, you call it IntelliJ platform. Yeah, sorry.
IntelliJ platform. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would be very cool,
Nice.
folks. If you have ideas, then please apply for next year.
So I think the closing words should go to Jakub.
Right.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, it was great 6.5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of time. Yeah, thank you. See you online, platform JetBrains.com. You can get in touch there. This is a great place to start your plugin development journey or rant about issues, etc. We are there. We can help.
We feel you. We're the same. We try to write code.
Yes.
We run into the same issues, right? Don't be afraid to reach out. So thanks, everyone. And I think with
Thank you
that,
very much.
yeah, we're out. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.